Hello? Hello? That's it.
Thank you. Thank you.
That's it. And
I got one problem with my car. I leave this one in my buckle of the safety, the belt.
Yeah.
And the buckle inside, and then I cannot press it. Do you have any wire to just take it out from my regular car?
yeah.
Why?
A while? Like,
Anything take it out from the
so you forget your key in your car?
No. Got my car is here, but the buckle was safety belt.
Yeah.
I drop this one into there, so I cannot put.
I think you can use like a paper clip, like.
Very quick, yeah.
Thank you.
Thank you. Okay, let's start.
After I started this morning, we did some 12 o'clock. Huh?
I'm so sorry that we have schedule here, but you will be able to catch up. So we're going to chapter 3 now. 3. So let's start about 哮喘. 哮喘 in English it means the wheezing and asthma. In Chinese, 哮 can be divided into 2 words. 哮 means wheezing, while 喘 means dyspnea. And 哮 means the sound, which your throat has something. Yeah. Okay, no problem. And then the dyspnea means the frequency, the breathing frequency, which means getting higher in that case. And here it means it's a kind of coughing, but the coughing is not it's so serious that some people have a breathing difficulty, and sometimes you just lift up their shoulder and open their mouth and then breathing, and this is the very sometimes it will be very very urgent case for them. Both wheezing and dyspnea belong to the same category, and sometimes they will happen from exterior symptom. Sometimes they will happen in the same time of year, such as seasonal changes, because some people get allergic, so something get allergic or trachea. In that case, they will suffer from disease such as chronic asthmatic bronchitis, or what we call it is pneumonia, or sometimes it's cardiac asthma in that case. Okay? Concerned about the cause and etiology. Usually, this asthma will caused by the phlegm, and this cause sometimes may be due to eating too salty things, because the Chinese people doesn't like to let their kids eat too much salty things before 1 year old, and then they believe that if you eat too salty things, it will cause them some kind of asthma. That means when they're coughing, their trachea will contract, and giving them more the dyspnea in this case. And also the adults believe that this kind of asthma will caused by the phlegm and also the illegal accumulation of water inside the body. Okay, and sometimes the cause may be because of the long-term disease, and also internally this dyspnea also sometimes is caused by emotional disturbance or over fatigue in this case, and leading to the phlegm embedding in the lung, and this is what we call it the excess type. And also the deficient type is because of the deficiency in the lung and also the kidney. All those are the cause for that. So going to the identification of patterns, how do you know that people suffer from this kind of dyspnea? Of course, when they cough, there's a deep, hoarse, and prolonged breathing sound. And sometimes they like to breathe, get more fresh air. In this case, the pulse in the excess symptom will be more forceful in this case than in a deficient case. And of course, this sometimes associated with the wind-cold invasion, or the what we call it the wind heat, or the Phlegm-Heat. There's 2 types. Or sometimes, as you can see, whenever they suffer from wind-cold disease, they will suffer from coughing, panting, and also lots of phlegm in their throat. And when they suffer from the Phlegm-Heat, in this case, you can see, you can hear he has a difficulty in the exploring the sputum out, because as I mentioned before, this is a kind of dampness inside their body. And both of them can see, can check from their tongue condition and their pulse condition. So you can see that for those who suffer from Phlegm-Heat, you have a red tongue with a yellow grease. As I mentioned before, red tongue always denotes heat, while the yellow greasy also refers to heat in their intestine. Okay, and also what we call a slippery pulse. Remember, slippery pulse is different from slippery tongue. Slippery tongue go there means all wet. Okay, a thick cover of wet and which damage. But when you have a slippery pulse, that means the pulse will just like a split striking on different angles of your fingers, and this is a very special type of pulse which indicate stagnation. Yes, stagnation of food, stagnation of water, or stagnation of something inside the body. Sometimes it will refer to pregnancy pulse. Pregnancy pulse, also a slippery pulse in that case. Okay? And besides extra symptoms, we have a deficiency symptom. Deficiency, as I mentioned before, those are because of the deficiency in lungs, deficiency in other organs. Okay. First of all, about the lung, these people will get about when they cough a low sound, and they always get dyspnea, and the pulse will be some really weak, and also sometimes even cannot palpate. So we call those minute pulse. In this case, you can just mention that they suffer from the deficiency type of dyspnea. And in these people, they will have a weak lung, and also while they are coughing, they were coughing a very low sound. The concomitant symptoms will be very tired, always feel tired, yes. And the phlegm always very thin. And the most important symptom is whenever they move a little bit, they will really tired at that time. Why? Because their lung congested with a lot of phlegm, which will obstruct the exchange of the gas inside. Exchange the gas inside and outside their lung. Okay, and of course you see the four limbs get cold. Sometimes it's freezing cold because of the yang deficiency. Okay, and the tongue is thin and also pale, and also the pulse will be deep and fine. Deep and fine pulse always denote the interior syndrome with the weakness inside their body. Okay, how can we treat them? Okay, I think it's no different from treating the coughing, but dyspnea, of course, you get some more points that they痰中, this position is well. 痰中 is the place where the gas, this is also a point for the egg influential point, because you find that all gas will gather in the 痰中, this position. That means CV17. Once you leave this one, the qi will be, dispersed. Yes, some people coughing because of the qi stagnation will always choose the 痰中 position. Okay, 肺数, of course, you are considered the best point of the lung, which is BL13. And 定喘, of course, as I mentioned, the 定喘is special point for any people who suffer from serious coughing or dyspnea or wheezing. We consider this point. Okay, and of course, in case the patient get more coldness, you have to release more wind and cold. Of course, you add one more hormone, which is the BL12. Heat, as I mentioned before, 聚集. Okay, mean the L1, LI11, and also the dietary means the GB14. Phlegm, anytime you have phlegm, don't forget the ST40. That means the phlegm. Okay, and one point you guys new to you, we call it the tender. Tender is here. It's just in the middle here, right? But when you needle this one, don't needle perpendicular here. Otherwise, you will serve your soul and also your digestive system. Usually, we put on the surface this point. And for my experience, tender is just for the point for cold coughing. In case of heat coughing, we will not choose the tender. That means the CV22. Okay. Yeah. Question.
So when you present to the examiner our points, right? We always probably recommend you to go at the back of the book and just check any limitations and also add them.
Yeah.
Such as that how you or don't use it in practice.
No use. Don't. You have to save the time.
So we have to go back, like to the table at the back, right?
Yeah, you're right.
And always add what would be constriction.
Yeah, you're right. Sometimes you get contraindication there. Yeah, you're right. Okay. You're right. Yeah, this is also one of the points you guys have to remember, because sometimes when you exchange your point, you should be real careful whether you will hurt, whether it was pneumothorax. I think this is the danger with that, right? So good to raise those points. Thank you. Okay, here is the explanation for the needle. Why we use the initiate? Because LU7, because it is first the lung sheet, and also we to match with the LU5 here, because this is the lung channel, and also the the influential form for chi, as I mentioned before. So which is there to stress the chest and to regulate the chi dynamics or chi mechanism here, right? So this is a good explanation for that. How about the deficiency syndrome? Deficiency syndrome, we always concern about the lung, because we want to either tonify the lung, blood, and also the kidney. In this case, for principal points, we choose phase shoe. Of course, this is the best shoe point of the lung. The BL13. Another thing is the Gaohang. It's a BL43. BL43 is a point we seldom use, but here, the author like to choose this point to treat the the dyspnea. You are advised to use that, but for me, I seldom use that. Okay, but you just one of the choice for you. The other, of course, you have to strengthen the body resistance, the body. So you got to choose the Sheng Shu with BL23. Okay, and Ding Chua. That means a special point here. The EXPR1, B1, and of course Tai Yuan, as I mentioned before. However, why do we have the Tai Chi? Tai Chi is here. The Tai Chi is kidney 3, Ki3, because we want to tonify the kidney yang. So whenever we choose the Ki3, we are going to tonify the kidney, since it is a deficiency, right? Of course, you guys will not forget the point Zhusani. That means the ST36, which is so important during dealing with the tonification. Either you tonify any part of the body. You remember this one. Of course, the supplementary points, you may add the qi. It means the LU5, which you can just, on one side, you can just get rid of the heat. The other side, you tonify the body. Okay? Qi Hai Guan Yuan are all important. Qi is, rank 4 and rank 6. Those points are also for tonification of qi. So for people who suffer from qi deficiency, we will consider, the CV4 and CV6. Those are important. Why do we add a Yinju? It means KI10. KI10 is not a useful point for us, but you can just consider this one of one of the points for tonify your kidney. So usually for kidney, we just KI3, KI6, and also the best shoe for the BL23 and BL52. But the Yingu, for this font, K10, KI10, just take it as a reference. Okay, as I mentioned before, sometimes you can take reference, sometimes you can cheat font for that. Okay, those are the explanation why we use those BL13 and also BL43, because we want to tonify the lung qi, because you know the Tai Yuan. Also the LU9 and now KI3, those are for the Yuan point. The Yuan point, the John use of the Yuan point. Okay, and as I mentioned before, Zhusani, and also the ST36 and Ding Chua. Okay. You can use other methods, which are not really, keen in, but you guys just consider those as your reference. Okay, so just take it. Some people use some Chinese herbs, just like 白芥子, 赣水, and 细线 has a supplementary supplement to this kind of disease. Okay, and the other method, some people will have interest, is called the point pattern inflammation. That means you just embed some needle in some acupuncture point, for some time, because they want to have a prolonged effect, a profound effect. In that case, so 丁醛 and also EXP1 and also fish shoe BL13 are also the point for consideration. Be careful about the infection in that case, right? Which is I will not suggest my colleagues to do that, right? So remark, same as before, you can do that. This another story about the 3 periods of the dog days, and people believe that certain days in the summer, when you exert the moxa in certain part of the body, you can just strengthen your body resistance so that you can resist on any invasion of the pathogen, or you can be exempt from the asthma, because this is a good way to get rid of the symptom of the wheezing and dyspnea when you do some treatment on the 3 periods of the dark days. Those some of the reference only. Okay, and as usual, patients are advised not to take the alcohol, not to take the greasy food, and also the greasy food on there, right? And remember to keep warm. Those are the lifestyle advice for them. And second, when we move to the prescription, I just inform you guys about the function of 麻黄汤. Also 麻黄汤, and you can get some more modification, just like jiwen, huandong, and those can be used to help people to release the lung qi. And the other formula for the coughing with the phlegm, we call it 定醛. 定醛, that means what? 定 means settle down, 醛 means dyspnea. You want to settle your dyspnea with this formula, and this is useful for long-term coughing. Again, you can see the name 二陈汤, which you have met before in your coughing, and this is also for the long-term coughing. But this time, to cleanse the body, we use the other called 三级养心汤. That means we use 3 types of seed to consolidate our kidney. So this is 三级养心汤. For the liver, of course, the treatment principle is to subdue the liver fire. Okay, so whenever there's stress, we have a very famous formula called the 柴胡丝甘汤. 柴胡丝甘汤 can be used in the stress, settling down the stress of people. Whenever they get the neurosis or stressing on neurasthenia, and this is a very good herb. And the other is 逍遥散, we will introduce later. And for some people, always suffer from exterior symptom. That means this week is exterior symptom, and then after they get well, a few days, and then they will reoccur again. And this time we call it exterior yang, or they call it defensive qi, is deficiency. So there's a very famous formula called the 幽屏风散. So it's very important in setting up a barrier outside the body, like you get more cold, like you get more down in your body. And this is composed of the 4 herbs only. However, it's very useful in increasing the body resistance of the people. Okay, and if you find people coughing because of the spleen deficiency, and then we can either invigilate the spleen or tonify the spleen. And this time, based on the 细菌鸡汤, that means the 4 gentlemen soup, we add 2 more. One is the 陈皮 and 白术, and because then 6棍鸡汤, that means the 6 gentlemen soup, which is also important in tonify by the spleen. And some people cough because of the getting the dyspnea, most of the time because of the kidney deficiency. And kidney always because of kidney yang. For those people who, when they go to bed, they always take 2 hours time for their leg to get warm. Okay, and this is because of the kidney yang deficiency. And this time we advise them to get a very famous formula called the 金匮肾气丸. This is in 真正景史伤寒论. This is always to warm the kidney yang and also for the kidney qi in this case. Of course, you have some more modification for that. Okay, this is the end of the first this session and asthma, and also the wheezing and dyspnea. Any question?
Can we open the door?
Sure. Why not? Who closed the door?
Me too.
No, you just don't open the door.
Can you really help with this?
Oh, yeah, sure.
So it's good for you to understand some of the principles and also the patterns on this here, okay? How about O2? So, you know, in Chinese language, O2, that means vomiting. You know, O means you just make sound, but no content, right? 2, whatever, that means you just no sound but content. Once you vomit, you just all the contents out. So this is O2. In Cantonese, we say O, but in Mandarin we say 2. Both of them means the same thing, right? So when you refer to the topic of O2, you can say that this O2 is because of many. Sometimes you just eat too much. Sometimes you eat too much. Sometimes it's because of the problem in your stomach. And sometimes it's because of the problem in even in your gallbladder or in your pancreas. Those will be the cause for that. Okay, and this is because let's look at the cause, the etiology, and the pathogenesis. And usually, I can tell you, vomiting is a problem with the stomach. Diarrhea is a problem with the intestine. Okay, you just draw a line here. You can find it easy. Okay, and you know the stomach is the sea of all the water and grains. It's a temporary storage. So we call it the stomach is a reservoir for all the food. It's to be stored temporarily there. The stomach is get stomach chi. Stomach chi always get down because you have to push everything down to the spleen for digestion, for transformation and transportation. However, due to several reasons, the stomach cannot perform normal function. You know, the stomach chi goes up instead of going down. So what's the result? So throw out, right? You throw out everything. So this is why. So what makes the stomach disorder, working disorder? There are many reasons. Sometimes you're invaded by bacterial syndrome. Like this morning, you get wind, you get common cold, and the afternoon you get vomiting and diarrhea. So it's because the invasion of bacterial syndrome into your body, making your stomach losing its normal function. So it's check out. The other thing is, last night you had you have the buffet. You ate too much, and then you ate too much cold thing, and sometimes you get food poisoning, and you get vomiting. Okay, this is because your stomach and also spleen get hurt. This thing, your stomach chi will go up. Sometimes it's because of your emotional disturbance. You get too angry, you get too grief, or somebody irritated you, and then you will get vomiting. All those are the reasons make you vomit. And sometimes it's because of the weakness in your stomach. Because after you're sleeping, you just open your clothes to let your tummy out, and then the wind blow your tummy, and you get cold in your tummy and stomach. You throw out. All those are the reasons for the vomiting. Okay, so let's see a pattern. While you vomit, you get either excess or deficiency. How can you distinguish whether it is an excess deficiency or excess syndrome or deficiency syndrome? Always depends on the smell of the vomiters, or always depends on the feeling of the people who vomit. Okay, after you vomit, you get bitter taste, and your vomiters is very smelly. That surely is the excess. But after the vomit, you have no feeling, just as before, and your vomiters is just a little bit fishy smell or just a little smell. That is the deficiency type. Okay, so here we can distinguish how well smell and also the amount and also the onset of this disease. If it is short, we can say this is the excess syndrome. But it is a chronic disease. A chronic disease, the cause of disease is longer, and the vomiters is not smell. We can just smell it. We can just say that it is a deficiency. Okay. And what is the cause of that? As I mentioned before, the pathogenesis means that when you're vomiting, there's vomiters out. When you take the vomiters out, and then you have mixed up something with the vomiters with the undigested food. Okay, in this case, we will check also the check also the stool, the bowel movement. See whether you get the watery stool. See whether you will prefer cold drink or hot drink. All those things will determine whether it's belong to cold or heat. So for example, for the cold one, you get diarrhea. You get you prefer the warm drink. and then your tongue will display the white coat, and then your pulse will slow. All this to show that this is cold. However, if some people vomit immediately after eating, and then his vomitus is very smelly in shower, and he got constipation, he get dry mouth, and also only prefer cold drink, and his pulse is rapid while his tongue coat is yellow, then this is heat syndrome. Okay. Besides heat and cold, sometimes vomiting is because of the phlegm accumulation or just obstruction of the phlegm inside, and also will cause the destruction of the chi and blood. And this time, the patient will suffer vomiting. And this time, you will get the feeling of the chest get oppressed. Okay, and your pulse will be a little bit slippery because of stagnation. And then this is one. Some people vomit because of the liver cheese stagnation. In this case, you will find, the burping all the time, and also in this case, and you get the thin and white coat, and also the pulse will be a little bit wild. And for those people vomiting because of the spleen and stomach deficiency, and you can see that he is not going to eat because of the weakness in the pulse, in the spleen. And also these people after vomiting will get tired. You have no energy, restlessness. Okay, his face pale, and shallow complexion, and also the thin coat in this case. So this is a way for you guys to distinguish whether the vomiting belongs to excess type, deficiency type, or whether it belongs to cold or heat. Okay, so coming to the treatment part, as I mentioned before, vomiting is a matter of stomach. So ST36, 除三里 cannot be forgotten in this way. And of course, anything concerned about the chest, some people will say that anytime you have the problem in the heart and chest part, please consider 内关. 内关 is PC6. For those people easily get the car sick or get dystonia, and then we also consider third point is the PC6. And 中脘, is the midpoint between the sternum and the navel. Okay, here, 中脘 here is CV12. CV12 is also the midpoint for your stomach. Anytime you get too full, you can just massage those 中脘, CV12. And for supplementary points, I want you guys to know 1 inch above the 中脘, 1 inch above CV12 is CV13. And CV13 you will find is a good point for dealing with the problem of the vomiting chill. And turning the back, in the urinary bladder channel, you will find a very useful point, which is called the Wei Shu. Wei means stomach, Shu means the back point, the best shoe. The best shoe point for the stomach, you can also refer to as a point for treating this kind of vomiting. So if this vomiting belongs to the heat type, you can just release the heat by remember the L4. Okay, and if you also need to middle the other point, just like the 浸浸 unit. What's that? Okay, and those are 浸浸 units, but we seldom use because it is sometimes very dangerous. Okay, you just take a point under here, those 2 points. However, when you get the liver cheese stagnation, of course you will find the gallbladder GB34. GB34 is governed by the liver, and also you can get the taichung, which is LR3. LR3 is also a sedating form for sedating the liver fire. And in case you get spleen deficiency, remember upon recorded the Gongshuan. Gongshuan is SP4, Gongshuan, which is for 25 the spleen. Okay. Somebody get distension in the abdomen. Of course, for the herbal prescription, I will ask you to take some, Mangxiao, Haobo. But for acupuncture, for the, distension and fullness in your abdomen, you guys have to consider the tissue. This is the ST25. This form, just 2 inch from the navel here. This is what we call the tissue. If you got stagnation, you consider 兩門. 兩門 is up above here. Is a 中環 here. 中環 just 2 inch from the 中環, then 2 inch from the CV12. You get this 兩門 actually is ST21, which is for the stagnation. If you eat too much, you want to get resolve the food you want to eat. Okay, and those are the points for that. And this explanation why we use 那一关 PC6, why we use the ST36, why we use the CV12, all because of the either the connecting point or the heat point of the foot Yang channel. And the 中環, of course, is the 分母 point. Okay, remember the 分母 point has many points. 中環 is for the lung, while the 天数, I mean the ST25 is for the large intestine. So diarrhea, you can see ST25. But if you got the the stagnation, of course, you consider the CV12 as 中環 here. Okay. This is the first time you guys see the auricular acupuncture. I'm so sorry, I'm not so keen in dealing with the acupuncture, but for this thing, you just consider, for those who know, okay, just consider this a baby, right? This is I know this belongs to the head, and this belongs to the backbone, while those, all the central parts, just like the stomach, the heart, the kidney, and down below, all of the same is food and also other things. Those auricular acupuncture are good for people who are familiar with that. Of course, for me, I just use this form. Okay, this form. Whenever we get hiccup, I just press this form, and then this is a very good point to stopping getting hiccup in this case. And for others, you can just consult the book of the auricular acupuncture. And here again, you mentioned why we use the acupuncture, right? However, be careful. If those pregnant women who get vomiting, you should be very careful, because both Western medicine doctor and Chinese medicine practitioner, we have to concern very much about the pregnant women. Some points we are really a contraindicator. You cannot move them, otherwise they will get miscarriage. Okay, those you get very, very careful about that. And here again, you also get some advice for the patient. Always be careful about the eating, and also get away from all those spicy food and also cold food too, right? Okay, coming back to our prescription for the excess syndrome. I want you guys to know that usually it's caused by phlegm, because accumulation of phlegm all belongs to excess syndrome. Phlegm is a solid thing. Okay, once they get the phlegm, sometimes people coughing. They cause a lot that they will just induce the vomiting, right? So here, vomiting sometimes because of the phlegm, stagnation of phlegm inside the body. And this time, how do we know? This time, always the onset will be fast, and also the vomiters will be immediately. How can we solve the treatment principle? Okay, as I showed you the sample question, you guys have to write down the treatment principle. The treatment principle in this case, the first time is soothing the liver and regulating the qi. Of course, the other thing is you have to harmonize the stomach, and also you have to descend the rebellious qi. I repeat once again. In order to solve the problem of the vomiting due to the accumulation of phlegm, you should do 4 things. 1, soothing the liver. 2nd, regulating the qi. 3rd, harmonizing the stomach. 4th, you have to descend the rebellious lung qi. Rebellious stomach qi. All those are important for you to write it down in your examination. If they ask you about the question of the treatment principle. Here, we may use one formula called the C7 汤. I mean, C7 汤I'm not so familiar, but another formula called the 左金丸. 左金丸 composed of 2 herbs, Huanglan and also the Wujiu. Those can deal with the heat in the upper jaw, while the coldness in the lower jaw. And so this is a very important formula to deal with the coughing, to deal with the vomiting because of the liver problem. Okay, and second about the deficiency. And most of that vomiting are due to deficiency, right? And deficiency one, it means what? It means people suffer from vomiting because of the spleen deficiency, and the symptom is shown by chronic vomiting. This chronic vomiting will intensify after working hard, after working too tired, or in this case, we will vomit the clear phlegm mixed with your vomiters. So here you can just distinguish by the face color, the shallow face color, and also the fatigue, and also the warmth of the body. See, this is freezing cold or cold there. Okay, the people like warm. The people like warm and this being what we say they will be getting away from coolness. What we call this is intolerance of the coldness, and also get a watery cold. In this case, you've got the insufficiency of spleen. What we are going to do, we are forced to tonify or invigilate the spleen. So in this case, you find a patient who suffer from pale tongue. So once again, the tongue is pale, that means blood deficiency or qi deficiency. Okay, the white coat, of course, this is cold disease. While you consider the pulse is deep and also fine, so weak. All of them denote it is deficiency syndrome. Okay, and for analysis, you will know that people suffer from long-term disease or tiring work, they will have a problem with deficiency. Most of the time, deficiency and spleen first, and then next qi and blood deficiency. In this case, the lung is too weak to draw all the the stomach is too weak to carry on his normal work. Sometimes it will hurt about both stomach and also the intestine. In this case, the vomiting will start. Okay, and in this case, you will find that when the water stays in the body, it will just come out as a vomitus. Okay, and sometimes because of the qi deficiency, the qi deficiency cannot transform. I mean, the spleen qi deficiency, you cannot transform and transport the food away. So it will stay there, become water, or become the edema. Okay, and people will have a pale or shallow face in this case, and then they have a cold limbs, and this because of the deficiency of the spleen yang, and making the giving the effect of the watery stool, and also they got the the weak in the pi, I mean the spleen yang here. Okay. Once again, how to treat that? As I mentioned before, the treatment principle to be warming the middle jaw, invigilating the spleen, and also we even you guys are going to major in acupuncture, so you should know all this principle. Okay, in case of vomiting because of spleen deficiency, you should warm the middle jaw. You should invigilate the spleen. You should harmonize the stomach, and also you lower or descend the rebellious stomach qi. So what we're going to do is the Li Zhong Tang, but Li Zhong Tang we add two things. One is the sha ren, the other is the ban sha, and then it becomes the sha ben Li Zhong Tang. If the vomiting is continue, of course you can use the ginger. So it's really common for the Chinese housewife when they can use the ginger and also the ban sha, the zhu to stop vomiting at home. If some people get sick and get the vomiting there. Okay. And yeah, these are the explanation for that. We use the sanjian, the mixed fresh ginger, and also wuju to do those things. And some ban sha, and also those the caution. I'm not going to talk too much on that. Okay. And this is the suggested formula, and also the ingredient. Second, besides the spleen deficiency, we also got the stomach yin deficiency. What do you mean by spleen yin? Because our stomach, like, remember, stomach and spleen have two characteristics. Stomach like nourishing. He like more water. Spleen doesn't like any water, doesn't like dampness. Spleen like dryness. So in this case, if the stomach likes more water, but you give too little water to the stomach will become stomach deficiency. Stomach deficiency means you does not have enough lubrication and you will got vomiting. Okay, this vomiting is a kind of chronic or repeated vomiting. And what is the symptom? The symptom will be like, the mouth dry, the throat will dry, and then you can drink some water, but you are not going to drink it down because this is not because of heat, because of the yin deficiency. Okay, and the pulse condition will be fine and fast. Okay, rapid and fine. While the tongue. Now you guys should remember, the tongue condition for yin deficiency always belongs to three types. One is red tongue with no cold. Second, red tongue with little cold. Third type is red tongue with geographical cold. What does it mean by geographical? Geographical, that means it's peeling. Always like the peeling type. Okay, those we call it the tongue condition for those people who suffer from yin deficiency. So anytime you get a red tongue with no cold, red tongue with little cold, or red tongue with geographical cold, those will be the characteristics of the yin deficiency, whether it is the stomach yin or the kidney yin, and then we have no idea. But anyhow, this is the yin deficiency. In analysis, you know that, as I mentioned before, stomach like remission. So if no water, it will become heat, and this heat will transform to fire. And this fire, of course, will burn the stomach. The stomach will lose its normal function, and then vomiting results. Okay, and this vomiting sometimes because of the yin deficiency. Okay, and then we can get all the sounds in the stomach. And this time we have the stomach yin deficiency. We have not got enough water. You can see the tongue will be a little bit red, but with very dry tongue. Sometimes we call it the tongue will be a little bit peeling in that case. As I mentioned, peeling tongue is not. Consider the pulse condition. You can also see the similar pulse here with the rapid and also fine and pulse. Okay, this is the condition we got in the vomiting because of yin deficiency. Okay, here is the method. When we deal with the treatment principle, of course, anytime we got dryness, please remember nourishing. Okay, anytime we got yin deficiency, nourishing the yin. And of course, when you get vomiting, it is necessary for you guys to descend or lower the rebellious chi. This is necessary so that you can remove the vomiting, right? So, and this is the formula. 杀生脉动, this is very important. How about the preventive measure? As I mentioned before, TCM practitioner like to advise the patient to do all the preventive measures in fearing that it will occur again. So while vomiting, okay, we are trying to get rid of all the factors leading to vomit. The other thing is we need to take care of the patient, asking him or her to keep calm and then sleep on the complete resting. And then if he got sleeping, his head must move to one side to fearing that those vomiters will block the respiratory tract. Okay, those are the track for that. Okay, after vomiting, of course, we need to tonify his body. Okay, don't take too much thing. Don't make too much food, especially the food is hard to digest, just like beef, just like deep fried food or sticky rice or cheese. All those things are bad to your stomach. So we get more watery food and easy to digest. Okay, and of course, we advise you not to take too much herbs. Okay, although we are CTM practitioner, not to take too much. Okay, you either by self-healing or by your body, resistance. I think this is important for that. Okay, if in case of vigorous vomiting, okay, I mean severe vomiting, and with high fever or headache, and then so much severe signs and symptoms, of course, we need to do more measure to more. We need to treat them immediately. Okay, and some people will get a dry mouth and also the dry skin, and some people vomiting too much. Just like people suffer from chorea. After the vomiting, they get three depression. One depression in the eye, two depression, in the face, three depression in the chest. Those are the symptoms for people suffering chorea. Okay, and then this time you need to tonify the food, supply more food to the patient. And of course, besides using herb, you can use acupuncture to supplement the treatment. Okay, so this is the second round of that. So nearly 12 o'clock now, right? So how about we give about 5 minutes break this time, and then we come back and two more items still. Okay. We start in 5 minutes later. Yeah. Yeah.
You know what's obliterant bronchitis?
Bronchitis, yeah.
Obliterant.
For different bronchitis.
Is there anything for pharmacology?
I think still yeah, this is the same case. Because you need to talk about the bronchitis, this is your long-term bronchitis. You just tonify his body and then get rid of the problem is strong, right? Just a release is secure. Release is strong, right? So this, I think, acupuncture is not enough for doing that. You have to tonify his body, just like you use some Chinese herbal treatment. So you just must supplement both methods. Yeah, this one. So just consider your original exposure in acupuncture and then with the Chinese. Right?
Online is asking what time is our lunch break?
1 o'clock. 1 o'clock, yeah. 1 o'clock. We get 2 more to go. So, I mean, 1 o'clock for the break. No, the lunch break. No, I think we take a rest for 5 minutes. And after that, we'll continue course until 1 o'clock. 1 o'clock is the lunch time. From 1 to 2, we have 1 hour lunch break. Okay? Yeah. Oh yeah.
It's for sometimes follow up.
No, it's according to sequence. I think it's easy, okay? Yeah. I know this is, I'm going to 5. So you all go to 5.1. Okay, this is 5.1. Okay. And then we are going to finish 5 and 6. So now it is in page 44. 44. Okay, yeah. The 40, yeah, that's right. But they will first page is the summary of the signs and symptoms. And secondly, you start with the introduction, right? So you learn how it is.
I feel like my brain stopped observing at some point.
Because of the squat. So you got front.
Yeah, I don't really know. Huh? Oh yeah, for sure. 讲的说pressure。
问一下，刚才你说的就是好像刚才那个风寒嘛，风寒说你说就是一个麻黄餐，但是书上写的内容不一样的，好多都是不一样的。就是但是我们考试的时候，我们是写你的麻黄汤还是写的
两个都可以，两个都可以，两个都可以。
那个是没有
那这就是没有统一标准，没有。
只需根据你的
对，
他只有我们这个单口里面是写的，就是好比那个他要我们写的这个龙肝泻肝汤，就是耳鸣啊，应该耳鸣写的是龙肝泻肝汤。
不记得耳鸣那个原因就是那个是主题的是
我们是就是不完全照着那个
不完
来回答，
不一定完全跟他。
这个问题就我们就不知道怎么回答这个问题才是准确的。
没有个准确，没有个准确。
好多用药吧，就是说好的是你
我告诉你，三个医生上对应的经验在不同的方面对吗？但是主要是方面跟他的出入是不一样，他的那个标准。
那我们现在如果复习这个书，我觉得他这个真的是尿意。
这个那原本是一个选项，但是这个文件可以，你自己也可以，但是不可能离开那个标准，那个诊断的标准。
就是你用的设备。
所以刚才告诉你，对，在香港我们那个经常这些的我们那个嘛，它是两个，我现在那个考试的赛事都可以解。
还不应该是这个准确，因为它好多在练，就我那个时候用的太长。
你记得有时候这麻黄汤不经常还有个大金汤，我们都可以用的。
那我们真是，如果我们不写那个是，我们会出现。
不是就是考试写，这个700个，这个3个是没有，不能没有统一标准，对，一定没有。
我们就是你好多东西都是说，你不说哎，我清楚就是这个药，
不，
但是好多。
但是那个参考他们也可以，那么。
但是你就治疗的原则标准，
对
的，就是好比我。
那这些中国大陆现在他们提供用一条方，就是麻黄汤进的这些东西，这个我不太同意，因为有时候那个让进不同的嘛，没有，一般的麻黄一般是不一般的这大型
很多时候你的感冒有时候不
对，中医就是悟性去治疗的嘛，或者是原则中医都是一课程。
对，那其实我们现在考试是以什么？哎，还有个问题，考试也是你要是说咱们讲便秘吧，咱们讲便秘，咱应该去写这个便秘。不应该写 constipation， 因为这属于那个西医的，你知道吧？对，应该是咱们写的是个便秘。那我们是写不一定。这两个都有。那么 West Medicine 主要是 concentration， 但是那个layman 就是普通人讲的。 咱们传统应该写是叫我们写，肯定写便秘。
对。
咱们应该。
但是我们原讲告诉我们就 constipation 后面可以挂这个便秘，两个都是，两个都是，这个百姓们两个都明白，两个都知道什么是吧？便秘，咳嗽的就知道是 coughing， 咳嗽就是没有关系。
咱们就是对，咱们真的只是咳嗽。
对，所以那个。
现在讲的这个每一个步骤是不是就像我们考试好比我们遇到的便秘，按照你的分析来。
就是按照我这边就是根据他们。一般来说的这个分析这个分析没有别的，一定是跟这个分析的含液还有弹性全部都是一个他们是变性对吗？所以这个都是两个标准，毕竟你的个人是现在他们公开对，所以全部是看他的变性变价，全部都跟着所以说 刚才跟你们分享的全部都是跟那个变性症状来断定的，是含热长全部最重要的。因为考试的时候也是。
还有老师，我们有个问题就是说，他考试时候你的就是最后呢告诉我们一下这个article 非常准确的那种考试的模式，不一定就是说，好比说这个 case study 完了以后吧，应该是像辩证，好比说是 constipation， 然后再就是很规范的那个标准，我们应该怎么样写那个标准？
这个标准现在还没有，现在没有，现在没有，有应用可以发财了对吧？那可以赚钱。OK， 开始。
我考过，我以前考过呢，我没考过。就说我考过是没考过，他给我的信呢，就是说要在回答的之前说一些诱因辩证、脏腑辩证、气血辩证。
OK，
多一些这些辩证，是在那个 Remission or
I know.
Oh really? Okay, good.
How about you have this discussion in English, so we're all
Yeah. Okay. Let's start.
I'm just gonna take 2 minutes to do the rest of the book. Okay.
这个是，它里面有那个诱因辩证、脏腑辩证，你在这抄的书多说一些诱因辩证、脏腑辩证的，我为什么知道？他给我的信就说，缺乏脏腑诱因辩证。
你把这信跟他说写好。
就是不一定非得多写上，就是你只要这个最正的脏腑诱因你写上了，这个就加分。但是我没写，我只是把那个。只是这个 copy paste， 那怎么
Okay, thanks. Okay, you know this is in Canada. Usually I will also conduct those language in also, I also conduct those language in 3 language. You know, because it's common for me in thinking I always use Cantonese, use Mandarin, and use English. I just repeat this gentleman's suggestion to you guys if you don't know Chinese, okay? The thing is, he told us that, you know, whenever we are doing our Deficiency syndrome, we will stick more to the 8 principles of Deficiency syndrome and also the 6 channels of Deficiency syndrome. Besides of 2, we also got the qi and blood Deficiency syndrome and also what we call it the jin yi, that means the body fluid. Also of the syndrome, you are advised to use more to stick to those Deficiency syndrome so that the examiner will accept more about that. This is his experience, right? So, when you are doing the Deficiency syndrome, you just make full use of the yin, yang, and also heat, cold, and also those excess deficiency, those terms put it inside. Same as here, right? There's no problem. The other thing, sometimes you consider about the channels, just like the Tai Yang, Yang Ming channel, which belong to that. I think this is also no problem. But don't worry about that. Today I will just give you a sample, and you try to do it in the class if you have time. We try to do it, first of all, according to 8 principles. What kind of deficiency is that? Second, we try to do it as a 脏腑辩证. That means the deficiency syndrome according to organ, the visuals and also the bowels. And then later on, we try to put it in other ways to see whether you guys can pick up or not. I know that the learning diversity here in this class is really large. Some people have a much experience and also the knowledge than me. And some people maybe just a little bit on acupuncture too. But in that case, don't worry. I just want you to get the basic requirement for that. Okay? So first of all, we'll carry on what we call the Deficiency syndrome, and then we'll do that. According to your sample, okay? We refer to the sample again, and then you guys need to do what? First of all, you give the disease name. For example, this time when you get the disease, you just write down constipation and me. And then you got the symptom differentiation. That means what kind of disease we think. Okay, this is because of the lung invading, the wind invading the lung, causing you to coughing, something like. And then the reason why also, I think this is very important. Why you say this one is the wind cold? Why you say that? Because you can pick up all the time symptoms. Put it in the, I think it's most important. And then later on, of course, the treatment principle and treatment plan are also important for that. So just echo to this gentleman's suggestion that when you are doing the symptom of differentiation, please use more terms from your differentiation symptom according to H principle, and also from the the organs, that means the visual and the bowels in that case. So don't worry about that. we are sticking, we do stick to those things. Okay? So, for the rest of 15 minutes, I would like to finish 2 more cases with you. One is the constipation, which is Phlegm-Heat. Constipation has 3 definitions. One, because of the time. If you have bowel movement once a day, there is no constipation. But for people as 3 days at a time or 4 days at a time, there's a constipation. Second is about the constipation, the state of your bowel movement. Whether it's really dry or wet. If it is really dry, then it's constipation. And then third is about the energy. When you use exert much of energy to pull out all the stools, there is also a kind of constipation. So this is referred to a lot of criteria, and we need to divide this constipation. So 1 is the time, 2 is the stage, 3 is the energy. How much energy you spend, okay? And those are very important. As I told you guys before, people over 55 like me always suffer 2 problems. 1, constipation. 2, insomnia, which we very well. And this constipation in the elder people always caused by 2 factors. 1, Qi deficiency. Second is the yin deficiency. So we'll deal with that later. Okay, on that case we'll see more. Okay. Concerning about the etiology and pathogenesis. As you guys know, constipation will concern about the large intestine. Whenever the stools stay in the large intestine, the body will continuously absorb the water from the stool. So the longer the stool stay in the large intestine, the drier it will become. Okay. On the contrary, if you let the stool in your large intestine stay shorter, it will become semi-solid or even watery. So the stage of the stool will depend on the time it stays in the large intestine. Right? So the constipation is only caused by what? By the disorder in the large intestine. Usually the predominant will cause heat in your large intestine. Okay, and this why you get heat in your large intestine. Usually because you ate too much Kentucky chicken, you ate too much French fries, deep fried food, it will cause you constipation because the heat accumulated there, right? And second, some people may not eat too much thing, but he suffer from high fever because of in a February disease. And this time, the February disease will cause the whole body heat, including the large intestine. So in this case, constipation will also cause. Okay, and some people because of the long-term disease. As I told you guys before, long-term disease will consume both qi and blood in the people, especially in the yin. When the yin is suffering from yin deficiency, of course, constipation will result. Okay, those will the 3 causes for constipation. And when we go to the part of identification of pattern, that means differentiating the symptom, and then how do we know that people suffer from constipation? Of course, you can see. Okay, it is the patient who will tell you. Okay, so this is called the symptoms mentioned by the patient that you got constipation, you got difficulty in pulling discharging the stool out. Okay, and then there are 2 types of constipation. One because of heat, the other because of the coldness or because of the deficiency. For heat one, of course, besides constipation, you do find the patient suffer from problems just like red face, fever, and also irritability. He like cold drinks, especially urine. You get scanty and dark urine in this case. Okay, and also you see it's a pulse and also condition, which is easy to distinguish. Whenever people get heat, you get red tongue, and also the pulse and red tongue and yellow coating, dry and yellow coating. While the pulse will get slippery and rapid pulse, right? And those are the cause for the heat. And the other is because of cheese urination. When you get cheese urination, always get the problem with oppression in your chest. That means you always breathe hardly yourself, and you always get fullness and distension in your body. And these people suffer from some kind of, the emotional disturbance. They always get easily irritable, right? And also, as I told you guys, the liver governs the hypochondrial region. So people suffer from cheese stagnation. You always get fullness and distension in these two parts. Okay, those are the parts governed by the liver. Okay, and also you will find bitter taste in the mouth, and also the tongue is a little bit greasy. But the pulse can be a good indicator for people who suffer from cheese stagnation because the pulse will be wiry. Okay, the wiry pulse is the characteristic for people who suffer from liver stagnation. And the third reason is because of cheese deficiency. Cheese deficiency, I mean the constipation because of cheese deficiency. This is really common for the elder people. In this case, you will find the people unwilling to talk, or even he talk with a very low voice, and then he just a little bit movement will cause him panting or shortness of breath. Those are the reason for the cheese stagnation. If you do not take care about the cheese stagnation, what happens? It will become chi collapse. Chi collapse is a very severe case of the cheese stagnation. Okay, and also sometimes the constipation because of the blood deficiency. You guys know blood associated with yield. So you get anemia, you get blood deficiency, also your large intestine will get dryness. And then you cannot get enough lubrication for taking out the stool. In this case, last case is because of coldness. Your whole alimentary canal get cold. In this case, all the things will stop, just like your pipe in your kitchen get blocked, and then nothing can go out, right? The only thing is to get it through. Okay, you get through only thing. And in this case, if you find some people get constipation because of cold, you can find his limbs falling, get cold, his tongue will also get white, the pulse is deep and also slow. So you can just use this differentiating symptom to distinguish whether it's because of heat, whether it's because of a cold, whether it's because of the the chi deficiency, whether it's because of the yin deficiency. All those are reasons for that. Okay. How do you treat them? As I told you guys, constipation is because of large intestine. So try to find all the points which are governed by the large intestine. First is the thin stool. Okay, this is tissue point. 2 inches from the level here. Here is the fundamental point of the large intestine. The other thing is 水道. 水道 is down below 4 inches. You got the TE, which is governed by the 三焦. 水道 is a point for that. And also you got the 归来 down below. You can see the different fundamental. Okay, 水道 and 归来 just down a little bit. And of course, as I told you that 风囊 is a place for what? For phlegm, but for constipation, you can deal with that. In addition to that, I just advise you guys to think of 2 more points for that. One is the KI6. That means those we call it the 教海 is a kidney 6. The other is the 三焦 6, the TE6, which we call it the GCO. Those 2 points are also good for releasing the constipation, according to my experience. Okay, so here you mentioned about if you got heat, you got the you got heat, and then you got the glucose. That means every time you consider heat, whether it's exterior heat or interior heat, you got this one. This is a good place for you to needle. But remember, for the pregnant woman, don't needle here, otherwise you get miscarriage. Okay? Remember, the nighting is ST44. Why don't we take ST45? Because ST45 is a point for get rid of fire. However, ST44 nighting is for moving the water. So if you do not have enough water, because it belongs to water in the 5 metals. So nighting, ST44 is good for getting more water. If you supply more water to the lung, of course the fire will go down. Release the heat. And yet, if we got the liver problem, remember the point LR3, 太重 is the point to release the fire. We got the second fire. And 中脘, you know, we got the CV12 here. As I mentioned before here, also deal with the stomach. How come you guys get constipation? But you are needling on the 中脘, as the 中脘 is the stomach. You know the stomach has some connection with the large intestine. That means they like a chimney they like a chimney in a house. You know, we get the chimney out so that smoke can flow over there, so that they can circulate the shower. And if it gets the blood deficiency, of course, for me, if I want to 25, I will consider SP10. 写好. But here, it just asks you to add the 除三氯, and those, I told you guys, SP6 and SP9 is just for supplying more water, right? But if you want to tonify the blood, please remember SP10. 写好 is tonify the blood, okay? And also, if you got coldness, of course, you need to tonify the blood, tonify the qi, sorry. So we consider the two forms. One is 发炎, rainfall. The other one is the novel, that is the CVH. Remember, don't needle CVH. CVH is not a point for you to remember. So it's a needle. It's a point for you to add the moxie. So remember, this CVH is for moxie only. Okay, don't needle that. And I'm not going to tell you to do that. Okay. So this is an explanation of why we use the ST25, because it's a move on. Why we use those one? Because either they are fun move point or they look on the thing point there. Okay, and here, and why we use the GCAL, that means the T5, as I mentioned before. GCAL T5, I think it's T6. Yeah. So this is a point for you to circulate the sun gel. Yeah, I think it's 6. Yeah, this is for ventilating, not get a normal circulation of the sun gel, so that you can use all those points to regulate those points. Okay, 归来, 松茸, and also 水稻 to regulate the spleen and also the stomach. Here, other alternative methods. Okay, this is auricular acupuncture. Okay, and as I mentioned before, I will not spend too much time on that. And for the remark, you can just know that we ask the patient to take exercise. You know why? You just test one day. If you have a normal bowel movement for several days, one day you do exercise and get all the sweating, profuse sweating, and then you feel that you cannot have a good bowel movement at night, because you just consume all the water, right? In this case too, if you do not exercise, you just sit there, your bowel movement will be, so the peristalsis of the large intestine will decrease. Once you have a little peristalsis, you can have a good, a bowel movement in your body. So it's more visible, okay? And the most important thing is your toilet training. I always tell my patients that if you get constipation, you try to sit in the toilet seat for 15 minutes every day, and then to get a habit. I think this is good for them to just solve the problem of constipation every day. Okay, this is a good way to do that. Some people use some lubrication oil, okay, to lubricate, but this is not a good way. It's just to force the large intestine to get the stool out. But of course, I think the best way is to keep more lubrication to your body, for self-healing problem. Okay, back to the prescription. I just spent about 5 minutes here. Usually for the heat, we use some formula for the margarine. Margarine is composed of all the sesame, and also the grease. Yeah, all those seeds contain much grease and oil. Those will add to lubricate your large intestine, and also to nourish the fluid inside the body, so that they get good bowel movement for that. And then second, if in case of a cheese examination, we are considering about using the formula of 綠毛湯. You can see from the ingredient, they are going to, remove the cheese formation so that the stews can be pulled out. And the third one about the constipation due to the yin deficiency, the yin cold. Yin cold, that means like your pipe system in your house, if you get cold inside, you have to use some warming, okay, to put some warm water or hot water in order to get the grease become, dissolved, and then you can use what we call it the 大王附集最称号. 大王附集最称号,大王 is good in giving the heat here, okay, to deal with the case with a cold abdomen, okay. This is the function of 大王附集最称号 dealing with the cold symptom. And this is a yin deficiency, spleen deficiency. Of course, what is the principle? The principle is to regulate or warm the spleen. So what we are going to do is a 王芪汤. Some people know 王芪. 王芪 is very important in raising the qi, but this 王芪 is raising the qi in outside. What we call the superficial qi. If you want to raise your qi inside, please use 人参. That means ginseng. Use it, right? So 王芪 and ginseng both. But here in this formula, you also got some 党蔌. This is 人参. No. 人参 is a collective name. When you mention 人参, you mention 野山参 and also 高丽参 and also the 党蔌 and also 太极参. All of them are 人参. So you must specify which ginseng you want, because each of them get different function, get different intensity and power, right? And of course here you get also 人参, you got the 西洋参, you got also the 沙参, they also belong to ginseng type, right? So we also use the 党蔌. 党蔌 is much safe for people, getting weak constitution, for tonification. But for those who suffer from really, weakness, I mean the qi and blood deficiency, we suggest him to use 高丽参, yeah. Or you can just go back to the China to get 全巴山, because it's very expensive. Those 野山参 are very, very expensive. Okay. So here we also got the deficiency, contributed because of deficiency of the blood and fluid. We are going to use one formula called the 金参润肠汤. 润肠 means nourish the intestine. In this case, you can find all sorts of 人, that means seed. For Maran is seed, Torrent is seed. Also the carduran is seed, all of them is seed. Those seeds are going to lubricate our large intestine. Okay. Lastly, we come to the spleen and kidney yang deficiency. In this time, we are going to tonify both kidney and also the spleen yang. Sometimes spleen yang is not enough because kidney is the organ which supply all the energy to all the organs. Okay, so we have to tonify the kidney in the long term, but spleen in the short term. So we are going to do this 带腱腱, This is to tonify on one hand, and also to solve the problem of constipation on the other hand, right? So this is the end of the constipation. That means the need. Okay. So any questions? Yeah, go ahead.
I lost the number. Stomach 40 that you said is mostly used for phlegm damage.
Yeah, that's right.
I don't get then why it's used for constipation, whether there's dampness or dryness. What's
the original purpose of the ST40 is to get rid of water. Right. Get rid of water. Phlegm smell with water, right? So this is good for us to use ST40. However, as I mentioned before, the acupuncture technique of the Chinese medicine is so wonderful that it can do the bidirectional regulation. That means too much water, it can just do normal. Not enough water, then normal. In this case, the constipation is caused by little bit water, and then you still stimulate ST40 in order to get more water for it, right? So you try to drive the water from other parts of the body into the large intestine to get the smooth, right? So you just remember the situation with that. Cool? So, good. Yes, go ahead. 既完全王芪 You know how the 既王芪 is? That means you boil the 王芪 with the honey, right? In that case, why we use that? such things are cases of cancer because when you fry it with the honey, it will go into the spleen immediately. One key is that when in the outside of the body, it just increases the yang, the surface yang. But when you fry it with the honey, it will go into the inside and tonify the spleen instead of going out, right? Okay, you're welcome. So it's important you guys to ask questions. I appreciate that, okay? So get more chance if you get questions. Okay, move to the last topic this morning. Good. Yeah, 洗切. This topic intense because 洗切. Actually, it means diarrhea. Diarrhea. As I mentioned before, vomiting is a matter of the stomach, while diarrhea is a matter of the intestine, including large intestine and also small intestine. Okay. So when you mention about diarrhea, what does that mean? That means watery stool. That means the time of the bowel movement is more than 2 or 3 times a day. Those we call it diarrhea. Okay. And nowadays you can just combine the term gastrointestinal function and allergic and enteritis and also colitis. All those ulcerative colitis. All those things will bring to the problem of the what we call it the diarrhea. Of course, if I was major in irritable bowel syndrome, in this case, irritable bowel syndrome always includes 2 things. Sometimes people always get constipation. Some people will always get diarrhea. But of course, a little percentage of people will get alternate diarrhea and also constipation symptom in that case, right? So, yeah, question?
That includes Crohn's as well?
Yeah, Crohn's too. Yeah, Crohn's disease. You're right. Crohn's disease also belongs to this kind of diarrhea. Okay, when you mention about the etiology and also the pathogenesis of the disease, you guys have to notice that this is the problem mainly in the spleen and also the lung, so spleen, stomach, and small intestine. And this kind of disease can be divided into 2 types. One is acute, the other is chronic. So acute syndrome, of course, it will caused by the eating disorder. Sometimes because of the exterior syndrome, sometimes because of the emotional disturbance. All those will cause the stomach diarrhea. Of course, you guys have experienced. Sometimes you worry something, sometimes you are anxiety, and then you must go to the toilet. And all the food, all the undigested will be discharged out in the original form. Okay, this is because your digestive system go on strike. It doesn't want to work. Okay, in this case, it passes through everything. And for the chronic one, the chronic diarrhea, of course, it will link with the long-term disease. That's why I always stress to you guys that long-term disease is always harmful to people, because it will concern on qi and blood and leading to all sorts of things like diarrhea, constipation, and also coughing, everything, right? Depends. And because of besides the long-term disease, you get the liver problem. Sometimes emotional disorder will cause the liver problem, or sometimes it will cause the problem in the kidney. If you got a kidney deficiency, you will have, If you got the kidney deficiency, of course you will find that some sort of the Mingman in English we call it the gate of life. The gate of life. Why do we say that? Because when you do a palpation, this is the lung, spleen, and kidney, and this is the heart, liver, and kidney. There are 2 kidneys. How do you distinguish the 2 kidneys? Actually, we say that. The right kidney is responsible for fire. The left kidney is responsible for water. So we do not call this to be kidney. We call it the gate of life. So we call Mingman, and this is still called the kidney. Okay. So the right kidney is different from the left kidney in dealing with the fire and the water in this case. So always remember about the kidney deficiency, you'll find the pulse here weak and deep. And kidney deficiency, you'll find the 肾干气, the 气补system here, the deep and also weak, right? So make sure you get the right answer. Good. Thank you.
I'm not sure which one.
Yeah, no problem. Yeah. Just go ahead. Yeah. We are moving to the identification of pattern. As I mentioned before, there are two types. One is the urgent one, acute one. The acute type of diarrhea, and then you will find the onset is quick, and also the amount, the frequency is high, and the amount is much more. Okay, and of course, as you guys know, the amount of water excreting out from the body is constant, either from your breathing, either from your sweating, or urination, or defecation. However, you get diarrhea, you get much water from the back, so leaving a little bit water in the urine, right? So this time you will find the patient will suffer from scanty and dark urine while you are undergo the diarrhea. Okay? And I'm concerned about the live up? Yeah. Yeah? Yeah. Okay. Yes. Sorry. Yeah, you're wrong. Okay, for the chronic one, of course you can see the number will be less and then the amount will be less too, but the time will be really longer than that, right? Okay, first of all, let's see the acute type of diarrhea. And these people may be caused by the invasion of the cold, the wind cold. I mean, the cold will carry the damp inside the body. You guys remember, whenever we diarrhea, mostly we consider about dampness. Why? Because diarrhea contain water, avoided by water. And then what will be the signs and symptoms? First of all, you will get the papyricus. That means you get the rolling sound in your gut. The gut will get the sound there, and then you can get the watery and loose stool, sometimes mixed up with the undigested food. Of course, whenever you get the diarrhea, you will get abdominal pain. Of course, many people get abdominal pain and ask you to go to the toilet. After they go into the toilet, of course, they will get released. If they go to the toilet and didn't get released, and then you will try to think the other way, maybe get the food poisoning, maybe what other reason for that. But you know, after getting the stool out, I think the stop release on the abdominal pain and all that. Okay. In this case, also comes with symptom of the thirsty, chills, and then he like to touch the warm thing, and of course the sit-down condition for people who suffer from acute type of diarrhea will be pale tongue and white and slippery cough. White slippery, as I mentioned before, because of dampness, because of damnation. Okay, the pulse of course is low, because low pulse indicates that there is a coldness inside. Okay, and the second main reason of the diarrhea with the damp heat. So guys, remember, whenever we have damp heat, we deal with damp and heat. Usually, we will consider whether damp is more than heat or heat is more than damp in considering your prescription. Okay, people suffering from damp also suffer from the abdominal pain, yellow and heat stool, but this stool is really, really smelly, foul smell or fatty smell. So the difference between the diarrhea because of the coldness, because the damp heat is different. For them, it's very smelly. Some like the rotten egg. Okay, those are very smelly stools. Sometimes also, as I told you guys before, how do you distinguish whether heat or cold? You can just smell the stools or just ask the feeling of the patient. After he discharged, what is the feeling in his anus? If you feel hot sensation in the anus, it should be heat, right? If you feel nothing wrong with my anus, I just discharge it out and feel okay. This is will be cold. So this is these two criteria is very important for you guys to distinguish whether it's heat or cold. Okay, and for those people suffering from deficiency, of course, they will feel really tired after that, and of course the scanty and yellow urine. For people suffering from heat, of course, red tongue with yellow sticky. Red tongue, yellow and sticky, cold. And the pulse, this time you guys know one term, socky. S-O-G-G-Y. What does that mean by socky? Socky, that means it's very slow and very soft, just like a snake. A snake.
External as well?
Socky is always on superficial.
It's always external, for external.
No, for dampness. For dampness. Yeah,
Dampness.
any dampness will exhibit a socky pulse. Socky pulse means the pulse is superficial and also very soft and also very slow this is recorded as soggy. That means dampness. Okay. And red is soggy and dampness. That means this is a heat and damp. Then heat. Okay. Here. And the pattern of food retention. Food retention. In case you get food retention, and then you get the pruritus and release after the bowel movement. That means when you go to the toilet, release all the undigested food, and you feel better. Right? This is because of food retention. Or you can also ask the patient, what did he eat last night? Whether he had a big feast or they have a buffet. Right? This is also the result. What kind of treatment you're going to use. Okay? In associated, we can find undigested food in the stool, and also the fetal is also Persian, or the Persian in this case, or acid regurgitation. Or sometimes people will get acid reflux in this case. Okay, so the greasy tongue and also slippery pulse, all those are the acute type of diarrhea. How about the chronic type? The chronic type, as I mentioned before, the frequency will be more. However, the amount will be less, but it will a long time it's lingering. And always you will find that the stool contain lots of undigested food. If you eat more greasy food, the situation will go worse. That means the time symptom will intensify. If you eat some sticky rice, cheese, or some the deep fried food, always you intensify the signs symptom. And in associated, you find the patient has a shallow compassion, and he's not going to eat. That means the poor appetite, and also the tongue is pale, the coat is white too. The pulse, if you guys will see that the pulse is inside, also soggy, moderate. What do you mean moderate? Moderate means slow. Usually within one breath, we get 4 beats. Big bop, big bop, big bop, big bop. 4 beats. If we say slow pulse, then it's 3. 1, 2, 3. Right? It's slow. However, moderate means what? Moderate means middle between the normal and slow. So it means 3.5. 3.5 pulse. Yeah. How do you get 3.5? Of course, you can take one more. We can 2 times into 7. 7 divided by 2 is then 3.5. It's easy. So forceless is another thing to denote that this guy get a weak body. Okay, it's a deficiency, and then get forceless pulse. In case of liver cheese stimulation, this is the third time you guys see this word, liver cheese stimulation. So you can see what? You can see the person in the chest, because the cheese stimulation here, the cheek, other cheek cannot go up. Okay, the cheek and back cannot go up. So the oppression, and of course, if it concerns about the liver, hypochondrial region, these 2 regions also get detention and fullness. And also bloating, poor appetite, and this diarrhea will go on and off in this time. Of course, emotion disturbance will intensify this situation. Okay? Of course, you can see that the tongue condition, red, and this word. Right? Be careful. Any disease concerning about the liver will result in a wiry pulse. Okay? And in case of the kidney disease, this is very, very common. Do you guys know what we mean by a morning diarrhea or down diarrhea? This is very common for people who suffer from kidney disease. That means every morning the patient must go to the toilet at 5 o'clock and diarrhea, and then go back to the sleep. And nothing wrong with the day. Next morning, and then you do the same thing. Next morning, do the same thing. What we call it, this is a down diarrhea, or we call it the morning diarrhea. This is because of what? First of all, you will suspect that this will be the spleen deficiency. But I can tell you, this is because of the kidney disease. Okay, so you have to tonify the kidney in addition to tonify the spleen problem. However, how do you know that this is because of the kidney? Actually, we can say that if anything concerning about the kidney deficiency, you will find 3 indicators. 1, you will find the lower back pain, because the lower back is governed by the kidney. Okay, kidney deficiency result 1, kidney lower back. Second, you will find your lack of strength in your knee. Sometimes you cannot stand long. When you crawl down, you cannot get up, which is too weak. Third is your spirit. While you are in the class, you always feel sleepy. Okay, those three indicators will be the symptoms for the kidney deficiency. Okay, false kidney injury, another set I will later on, and also you can see the lumbago, and these, and also this case, guy get emaciation because you do not have do not have enough kidney, you will get skinny, okay, and also the pale white coating, and also those are the significant tongue condition for the people who suffer from kidney disease. And of course, you can see deep pulse and also fine pulse, but not fine rapid, just fine pulse. Those are the deficiency pulse. Okay, how to treat that? Okay, the problem is in any time when you have diarrhea, please consider the large intestine. As I mentioned before, 10 Shu ST25 is the fundamental point of the large intestine. Okay, so consider that. Another point is 先继序. 先继序 is what? 先继序 is the lower limb 6 barrel points for that. That means the lower limb you get the 先继序 has a large intestine, 下继序 is a low intestine, and stomach. Then you got all the 6 barrels around your knee. So remember this one is the move horn. The move horn. This one is the lower limb 6 barrel points. And also 阳明泉, 阴明泉. Yin Ning Quan, as I mentioned, is SP9, control the water, right? So with too much water, it can just astringent and solve it back. And also suggested by other classes in the 水分. Okay, just 1 point about your level. All those points are the principal points for you to deal with acute type of diarrhea. Of course, when you deal with the chronic disease, of course, you take care of which organ is responsible for this type of diarrhea. So we consider 准厥, that means on level. Of course, don't use needle, okay? Use neck muscle. And also 10 Shu 25, 足上力, as I mentioned, but any kind of deficiency, please remember ST36. ST36 is not only for tonifying the stomach, also spleen, also qi, also blood, also everything. Okay, this is the ST36. And Gongxuan is only for spleen. If you have spleen deficiency, please consider SP4. Gongxuan. Okay, here, in case of anybody suffer from chronic diarrhea, should have other organs involved. Okay, one is this. So from Phlegm-Heat, of course, we deal with heat and then, right? Heat, LI11 heat, and then you can deal with the nating 44 in order to remove the Phlegm-Heat from the stomach and spleen. And 中脘 here, as I mentioned before, in order to treat the diarrhea, you have to take care of the stomach first. Stomach, so we can see 12, which is also a fundamental point for the stomach. Okay, and also 皮书. Turn it back. You see a lot of black soup points in your urinary bladder. So 皮书 PL20. 皮 means spleen. 书 means black soup point. So PL20 is a black soup point of the spleen, which you can tonify the spleen. And of course, if you like, you can just add one more point. It's 21. 21 is the stomach. The black soup. So 20 and 21 are doing good. Okay. Why do we consider 太白? SP3, 太白. 太白 is actually a point before the Gongxuan, before SP4, right? Just on the toe, just on the big toe. You can use 太白. 太白 is also tonified, but I'd rather take SP4 more than SP3. This one is more powerful than this one. Okay, if you take SP4 enough, or just use a needle through 2 points, this will be better. Okay, in this case. Okay, in case of liver fire, and then now you guys will know that for liver fire, you must treat with LI3. This is 太冲. Okay, add 太冲to tonify the liver, to tonify the liver. In another way to disperse the liver qi. As I mentioned before, LR3 and LR2 both have the same function. Okay, to subdue the fire and also to disperse the little qi in this case. For kidney deficiency, what are you going to do? Turn to the back. You get some soup that is BL23 and BL52. 23 and 52. And there is someone this 25 your qi, okay, and also 25 your qi at the back. You can 25 your qi either in the front, in the back. In the front, you can have CV4, and CV4 and CV6. In the back, you can surely can 25 your qi by getting a summon CV4. Usually we consider CV4 and CV3 when we get the back pain. So on the third day, when you are dealing with the the 腰痛, that means the lumbago, and then the instructor will tell you that whenever we get the lumbago, we'll get the GV3, GV4, BL23, and BL52. Those are traditional points for us to deal with lumbago. Okay, good. Okay, those are explanations for why we use those points. Those are because of the front move point. Those are the front move point and lower limb TC point for the six bowels. And also we get the initial because we want to regulate the water and 水分, or most of them got the water. This is water, and this 25 the kidney. This also 25 the whole body by the ST436. Okay, so this is the part of the acupuncture. For the auricular acupuncture, I just want you guys to read yourself. I'm not going to deal with that. For the remark, same. After you get the auricular, please don't eat hard food. Don't eat food which are indigestible. Don't eat greasy food, otherwise your stomach cannot hold the food. I will just ask you guys to give a break to your intestine, to your small intestine, okay? After the diarrhea, you just give a break to them. You just eat a congee or porridge or just all the plant food. So to give some time to give your intestine some time to rest. Those are very important. Okay. Okay. Last thing we have to move to is the prescription of herbal prescription. This is very important Chinese patent medicine. I always keep one bottle in my home, which is called 活线净气. Very useful. Whenever at night you feel discomfortable in your stomach, okay, stomachache, or you feel diarrhea, no doctors, no family around, you just bring a bottle of this one. Or when you go on trip to other places and then you get diarrhea, I always suggest you bring one bottle of 活线净气. Okay, it's not by precaution, it's just a bottle of that, because it is very useful to deal with all sorts of the diarrhea problem. And also when we have the exterior symptom going into interior, we call them 外感传染. That means the exterior symptom going in the stomach, making diarrhea and vomiting. We also take this 活线净气. So this 活线净气 is not only for diarrhea and vomiting, some use cholera, even cholera. That means you both vomiting above and then diarrhea below at the same time. You can also take this one. Okay. So I suggest you guys to take this as a consideration. 活线净气. Okay. And when you have suffer from damn heat, and it's a very important formula that 葛根王神王连套. According to its name, you see 葛根 is something which can release the heat from middle jiao. 葛根has at least 4 functions. 1 is exterior symptom, 2 is the heat in the middle jiao, and 3 is to clear the heat, and 4th you can also to release some of the stagnation inside the body. You can get rid of it. Sometimes you get the stiffness in the neck. You can make use of 葛根. So 葛根王神王连套 is another suggestion for the people who suffer from diarrhea because of the damn heat. Okay. And this one we call it 痛泻药方. Very important. 痛泻药方 has a very important function in dealing with IBS, irritable bowel syndrome, because you can use many types of herbal formula to deal with the diarrhea, but only those diarrhea caused by the liver qi stagnation. You can use this 痛泻药方. 痛泻药方 originally contains four herbs together. Okay, 陈皮、拔熟、拔芍, and also the 防风. However, these 4 herbs can deal with the problem of the diarrhea because of the liver cheese stagnation. So take care of that. Okay. Fourth is the diarrhea because of deficiency spleen. Treatment principle. In case of spleen deficiency, please investigate the spleen or tonify the spleen. So what we are going to do is a very famous formula called 生灵打石散. 生灵打石散. It contains of the ginseng and also fulling, also 打石. Or besides that, we can also tonify the kidney and also the spleen together in order to stop the diarrhea. And last of all, and you remember the morning diarrhea and also the down diarrhea I mentioned before? If in case any patient getting this kind of morning diarrhea, we're going to tonify both his kidney and also spleen together. Now we're going to have a very good formula for the season one. Season one is going to tonify the kidney and also the spleen together in order to stop the morning diarrhea. Okay, so this is season one. And some people suffer from diarrhea not because of qi, not because of blood, but they suffer from qi and blood deficiency. So qi and yin deficiency. This time we combine 2 formulas together. One we call the samaisan. Samaisan is to add to generate the yin inside the body. While Lu Jin Jitang is the as I mentioned before, to tonify the qi. So we can tonify the qi and yin together by combining these 2 herbal formula. Okay, this is the end of this section. I just want to ask any question. So we happily finished session this morning. Now it's 12:55. Okay, so you can have your lunch break from now to 2 o'clock. Okay, come back at 2 o'clock. We're going to have another 5 common disease to finish. Okay, so thank you very much. Thank you. Good morning.
Thank you, sir.
Yeah.
I would like to share my lucid experience for everybody after, okay?
Yeah.
Because I feel the tight. Yeah, tight.
Yeah.
And I do a few case study, but I just know the Chinese. I don't know how to translate it to the.
Oh, this is a problem.
Yeah.
So many people in Canada too. You know, they are really expert in Chinese medicine. The thing is, they don't know English.
Yeah.
So they die.
You can translate it for everybody.
Oh yeah, of course, yeah.
Yeah.
You know, for me, I'm just bilingual. You can just. How long will you like to share?
Yeah, I remember a few case study. Maybe you can tell everybody because I just learned here on 1 day. Yes.
Oh, more than you just half year. I learned 1.5 year. But the thing when I was in Hong Kong, I also use English.
Yeah,
you know, the English will be much better.
Just a few cases you can tell everybody.
Yeah.
Maybe everybody. Maybe we can.
Yeah, that's good. Thank you for your good will.
Yeah, thank you.
Really quickly. Yeah, thank you. For the benefit of the students, I think it's good for you to try 2 times.
Yeah, thank you.
Yeah.
我想问你一下，为什么你俩为什么说你
考2次 Yeah, thank you. Yeah, so you can go to.
你考多少次无所谓，但是你如果问出他就把你这个。
Yeah， 尽量
问出关键是这个政府和内政嘛。我那个书没有，我就是那个中文的。你这个
为什么这么是没有？很多这种资料6进并进还要拔干净。
你就没有翻译。
我就说把他所描述的症状 copy and paste。那是不行，那肯定不行。那个我原来我就是那个全家中医中医协会的一个考试，就说他那个东西，这是我连带过的东西，对吧？我就照说不行，因为他上面没有什么论述，关键是脏腑和六经，那个我直接，但是这个是挺好，它里面你可以找到很多关于脏腑和六经的一些东西。
对，
这里面你可以直接你 copy 这个其实可以。我那个 copy paste 是那个
那这是一条简单的，就是一
两次我也好。等会我说，你能把这种，我跟你说啊，你可以记一下，你记一下。那个他那个什么呢？那个 paste 它是什么？ 我考了2，没有我要考试，我后天会考试，我后天考试你用微信我哪有时间？我自己学。那个老年痴呆，我考了2次老年痴呆，是吧？就是那个体肾阳虚型的，我辩证对了，但是不行。对，你这个脏腑就是你要那个体肾阳虚型，体肾阳虚型，它里面咱们这个大学里面学的那个教材，上面就是说金匮肾气汤加那个干姜啊或者什么的，那个你可以写，就是那个高阴方剂，真的这上面它都一样，跟那个什么一样，一个是那个就是我考2次，其中有。
Hello, test, 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 test. Hello, test. 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 OK 吗？
你是怎么说话的？
我就这么说的。
是怎么说话？你过去，你看。
我就这么说的。
Testing. Testing 1. Testing 2. Okay. Microphone. Speaker. Calls to connect internet.
对。挺大声的。
那刚刚它是这样的，是不是？
对，刚刚就放在。
你放在这是他们看不见的，这是你看不见的。
Testing.
我放哪里记？我放哪里
Volume 1, Volume 2.
听得到。
对 now it's loud enough, but before it was not. Now it's good.
for some reason.
I just tried the video.
Try video call maybe. Testing. Is it still the same value or the volume lower? It's louder now?
Yeah, louder now.
Okay. Why was it not loud enough before?
No. Testing. 1, 2, 3, 4. This is the first lesson in the PLAR preparation course. Is that okay for you? Can you hear? Testing. 1, 2, 3, 4. Testing. 1, 2, 3, 4. Is it okay?
Yeah, it's good.
No. Yeah, it's okay. Yeah. Everything fine. Yeah. Okay. Yeah. Thank you.
can hear me, you can type testing. Crystal, if you can hear me, on the comment section you can type in your comment. Volume's okay? This section has been recorded and we will send a link to everyone by next Wednesday. If you miss any part, you can rewatch it on YouTube with I think we're good. Okay. 你再继续说一下。
Hello. Test. 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 Testing. Testing. Test. Okay. Test. 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 Volume test. Hello? Test. Test. The testing. Volume test. Check. 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 Checking. Volume check. Testing. 1, 2, 3. Test. Testing. Check. Check. Check.
但是它有个常见的那你知道它一个期间先后起码是4个花
We're finishing at 5?
Yeah, sure. Yeah, must be before 5. Yeah, of course. Everybody got to go home, right?
Yeah.
Yeah, this holiday. Yeah. So you guys ready?
Yep.
Yeah. We have a very happy morning. I'm so sorry that we are giving lots of information this morning. I think this is a very good time for your review all your knowledge in Chinese medicine. If you don't have this knowledge, I think it's a time for you to learn. I just think this examination is a kind of, updating yourself. So you guys need to show yourself and learn more about this, okay? And also, I might teach my students in this college. I always tell them that, when they study anything important, there's two things they have to remember. One, apply this knowledge into their thinking when they do practice. As you know that your student attending the examination must
Would you mind like hold the microphone?
hold the microphone. Okay.
Yeah,
This one. Okay.
just hold
It's fine.
it. We're going to give you a new one.
Okay.
Like better.
Call. Okay. You call your hand up. Okay. Yeah. In this college, I always tell my students in any class that they have to achieve two objectives. One, they have to practice their examination. Since everybody registered for the general class examination, they had to get their signature, get the approval of 500 hours, the private practice under the supervision of the supervisor. And the other is the public examination. I mean, the examination of Pan-Canadian written exam in the TCM and also here. So I think not only for the multiple choice, but also for the sake of the private practice. So here again, I just want to inform you guys that this 6-day lecture can be both helpful to your examination and also for your practice. Okay. So starting from here, before I start, I would like to invite this gentleman to share a little bit about his experience. Do you have just 5 minutes to share with other guys? Because you attend 2 examinations before, right?
Yes.
So yeah, I would like to invite the gentleman just introduce a little bit. Okay, you go ahead.
Excuse me.
Yeah, anytime you like. Yeah. So this gentleman is going to share something he learned before since he tried this examination. Yeah, you go ahead.
我有2次考试呢，他给过我2次信。
Okay. He attended 2 examinations before, and then he got 2 2
次信，也就是 from OCTCM PLAR the register， 就给过我2封信。
Okay.
为什么没考
？Okay. He attended examination and he received 2 letters from the college.
Yeah. 我不能说具体哪一个病症，因为那是非法的。
Oh yeah. The thing is because he did not distinguish which disease because this is 非法的。
Yeah.
It's illegal. Yeah. You cannot examination.
Yeah.
So we don't understand.
Diagnosis, you say you cannot diagnose.
You can diagnose because
He doesn't want to say. He already had 2 times exam, but not.
Yeah, of course, yeah, no. He received 2 letters. Telling him that.
And he just tell his experiment, not for some like
What kind of disease?
Oh, not what kind of disease.
Yeah. I cannot tell about that.
He cannot distinguish disease.
Okay. And why I cannot pass?
Yeah. Why you cannot pass?
Because about 异物镜辩证。
Oh, because of you cannot. Yeah, because you cannot use the 6 channels to differentiate the differentiation.
脏腑辩证。
Yeah, the other besides the 6 channels, he had to learn about the differentiation according to the organs.
脏腑异物镜。对，异物镜脏。像在这里都忘了。
Yeah. Besides, there's a blood and yin. Yeah. Usually there are 6 types of differentiation syndrome. One is 6 levels. The other is 8 principles. And then you got the organ differentiation. You also got the 津液, that means the body fluid differentiation. You also got 4 levels. That means 微, qi, yin, xie. Okay, that means the defensive qi, the qi, and also the yin, and also the blood level, right? So they have about these 6 types of differentiation. the reasons you can use those names to differentiate the symptom, right?
Yeah.
Is that in here?
Yeah, this is I want to share.
This book is very good.
Yeah, until we found this book, it's very good because it can differentiate.
Where did he have his education? He had it here, or did he have it back in China?
Back in China.
Yeah, he had his education in China.
So you guys here, this institution has developed a similar, maybe a bit of a diversified way of what you want, what you're looking for.
Yeah.
So him and his classmates, if a million of them came here and wrote the exam tomorrow, they wouldn't pass it because their level of education or what seems their differentiation criteria is different than what you're looking for on the exam. Correct? Not correct?
Not really correct. Because I'm also belong to him. You know, he came here just 1 year. I come here just 1.5 years. Right. You know, I received education in Hong Kong, which is same as in China. Right. I also received those differentiation according to the principle. All the things the same. You know, I also advise you that all the materials here are translated directly from China and also from Shanghai and from others. So they originate from the same place. I'm sure that the thing is because he cannot distinguish those types of differentiation, I think, because of his English.
So he had trouble with it wasn't with his academics. He just had trouble
with language.
With the language.
Language, I think it's language.
Because we haven't learned anything about channels.
Yeah, I know. You guys are familiar with the language.
We've learned about Wei Qi and different Qi.
Exactly.
But those we haven't learned to apply any of these different Qi to differentiation or diagnosis.
Yeah.
We basically learn them in the introduction, but we don't use them in order to select points. We don't use them to select what's going on.
That's right.
Understand what's going on.
That's why you said this book is good because sometimes you can use the qi, the blood, and also the organs, and also sometimes the yin and yang, and heat and the coldness to distinguish the disease. Okay, this is one of them.
So you mean you cannot differentiate diagnosis just by the channel?
Yeah, no, he cannot differentiate that.
You also don't want the Western diagnosis on the exam.
Yeah.
If you put diabetes on this exam, you're going to fail.
No. This is not.
It's one of the 52 diseases. But if it's not one of the 52 diseases, and you use a Western diagnosis,
I think
what you're looking for.
No, go ahead.
Excuse me. The list said to me,
the letter said,
my diagnosis is no problem.
Okay, can you hear?
My diagnosis as an English name and the Chinese name is good.
Good.
But my, for example, reason for diagnosis.
Reason.
All right. Okay.
Reason for diagnosis, I explain not enough.
Yeah, no, that's right. This is the main problem. You can see my sample.
You can't defend.
You can differentiate, but you cannot explain.
Or diagnosis.
Explain by diagnosis.
Reason diagnosis is very important.
He must pick all the signs and symptoms, right, to support his diagnosis. This is why you say this heat, why this is cold, why you say this excess.
It's red eyes, it's liver.
Exactly. Yeah. Very good.
Okay.
Thanks a lot. Yeah. So you guys try hard. It seems like a very good example before. So you guys have to pay more attention to what they
I believe it's for illness.
For illness.
When it's illness, you put headache. You don't write down migraine. When they ask for illness, do they ask for illness on the exam?
No. Even my president told me that if you write headache and then you have bracket there, 头痛, do the same because you show the examiner that you know migraine, you know the 头痛. We use the Chinese term, we say English term, no problem. No problem. Yeah, but
if you put migraine instead of headache, is that correct?
Correct. Still correct.
Because
no problem.
Migraine is a Western term.
No problem. Headache is a layman term.
Right.
A layman term. But you are not using the academic term which you guys don't understand. Right? Just diabetes mellitus and also the complications. I don't think you can get. But you can use a simple term which even the layman can understand. I think it's no problem. Right? You can see in the newspaper, you can see in the magazine, you can hear in the television. I think it's okay for us because those are the usual terms we're using in daily life. Right? I think this is right. Good. Yeah.
But for TCM diagnosis, for example, diabetes.
Yeah.
In TCM, it's not diabetes, right? It's cell
curve.
So that the proper TCM diagnosis is cell curve, right?
Not really. You just write diabetes. Diabetes is very common. Yeah. I think so. So no problem. Okay. Good. Very good. Thank you for your sharing. Okay, good. I think we will help to each other. So for the following 3 hours, I would like you to finish 5 cases. So you guys, I'm so sorry you just get 1 break for that. Okay. Okay. Let's start on the cell. This is diabetes. Diabetes is long been described in the Chinese medicine classics for a long time. Even starting from the Yellow Emperor's internal medicine, there is Wang Di Neijing. He mentioned about this kind of a disease, and they divide this kind of disease into 3 types. When this is cell, you know what does that mean? In English, it means wasting thirsty. Wasting thirsty. Cell means wasting. He means thirsty. That means this illness is have a characteristic of being thirsty as one of its signs and symptoms. However, this cell can be divided into 3 levels. According to the Chinese medicine classic, it mentioned that this is an upper cell, middle cell, and lower cell. That means the upper thirsty, middle thirsty, and lower thirsty. In this case, involving different organs. So which organs? Okay, let's see. Okay. First of all, whenever you meet the word cell, I mean the diabetes, and you have the 3 important terms to remember. One is the polydyspepsia, and then you drink more and eat more, and on polyuria. That means you can eat more. You will go to more urination, so you can excess drinking, excess eating, and also excess urination. And this kind of people, when he submit, when he have got those diseases, really always skinny, because the metabolism inside his body is always higher than the other people, and they're going to consume most of the sugar inside his body. And this combustion, according to the Western medicine, is kind of incomplete combustion. That means the product may not be carbon dioxide and water. Sometimes because acetone. So you can smell these kind of people. If they have a diabetes, if they're severe level, you can smell something wrong inside his body. Some kind of smell of a rotten apple, which means it's acetone. So here you must mention about this kind of symptom in Chinese medicine classic can be divided into upper, middle, and lower wasting thirst. According to different symptoms, also involving different organs. Go ahead.
Yeah, I'm diabetic, but I don't feel any one of those. I don't have any one of those symptoms.
You mean even some people have diabetes, they don't have any one of them, right? Yeah, of course. Even now we can say that some people have this kind of disease may not show the some of the symptoms. Sometimes they're hidden, sometimes not. But even when you measure, the blood sugar is high inside the body, right? And sometimes you will not have display this way. So as a TCM practitioner, for me, I will not deal with that, right? Because as you know, we TCM practitioner will respect the feeling of the patient more than the Western medicine. I mean, see that, right? So this is no problem for you. Even you get a high blood sugar, but you do not have either of them. It's good. Congratulations. You know why? Because in Chinese medicine, sometimes we will think that even you bear this disease in your body, but you don't have any symptoms, you just go ahead, and then you go until you die. Yeah, this is true. You know, even like the cancer. Many people have a cancer in their body, and then they just go to check in the doctor, and they say yes, but they don't have any symptoms. You can happy with your life and then to have a better life quality. There's no problem. Okay, so don't worry about that. In that case, I just say congratulations, right? Even you bear the disease.
How can you, if you ask me these questions, tell you no, I don't get thirsty, I don't urinate at night. How can you diagnose that?
I say no, so I can. You know, as I told you before, Western medicine they're talking about the diagnosis of disease, while the Chinese medicine we're concerning about the signs and symptoms. So if there's no signs and symptoms, sorry, I cannot deal with that. Of course, I can deal with it. You yourself feel happy. I find no signs and symptoms inside yourself, right? So you'll be okay. Even you get those high blood sugar, this is not my concern, right? So this is okay for you.
So this is good.
Yeah, of course, this is good because some people can have a body which can, respond to those disease, but without any pathological change, right? That's good. Understand? Good. So we're glad to have all this. So when we have diabetes, I just want you guys to concentrate on 2 things. One is the cause, the etiology. Second is the pathogenesis. what is the cause of this kind of diabetes? According to Chinese medicine, there will be one because of the heat, the other because it's yin deficiency. This is very close to the 8 principles differentiation. You know why? Heat, sometimes the heat because of the excess heat, the real heat. But sometimes it's heat not because of the fire inside your body, because there's not too much water. This is concerned about the yin and yang, right? The yin and yang inside the body to be balanced. But sometimes the yin is accidentally drops. When it drops, sorry, the yang do not rise up. But it seems to be the yang is much more than the yin. So for you people, you will just, how come I'm so hot? But when you take the thermometer in your mouth, you just got 99 or 98 point something, right? But you yourself feel really discomfortable. This is, what the TCM, Chinese medicine practitioner concern. In this case, you suffer from the deficiency heat. Of course, we got some treatment for you. But when you go to see a Western doctor or family doctor, say, sorry, I can't take your temperature, please go away. Okay, I can't have nothing to do with that. So dry heat or yin is the bad of Chinese medicine, not the bad of Western medicine. We don't know how to deal with that. Okay, so when those kind of dry heat or yin happen in the lung, in the stomach, and also in the kidney, now you guys can know actually the diabetes is concerned with these 3 organs: lung, kidney, and other stomach. Okay, and one is because heat or dry heat or second is because of emotional disturbance. Chinese medicine always concerned about emotion. Some people get sick because of the emotion, remember. And this emotion, why? Just take a really gentle story, okay? I find this lady is very beautiful. I feel jealousy. Okay, and this jealousy in my heart will get some cheese stuck in my liver. And this stagnation of cheese will become some cheese like that. Will feel, oppression in my heart, oppression in my chest, and I feel discomfortable, all those things. And this stagnation of chi will obstruct the flow of chi and blood inside our body. And this obstruction will also cause what we call a fire or heat. And this fire will consume the water, which is a yin inside our body. So this is very important for us to know. Okay, sometimes if we eat too much greasy food, fatty acid, and also we drink too much, even drink too much wine and eat too much beef, which will also make our organs, disorder in this way. And our spleen is very important in 2 T's. 1 T is transformation, the other T is transportation. And that if your spleen is out of order and cannot perform those functions, that means no water can transfer that away. And even behind your stomach is water, which is what we call that later on will become a question.
So this is an overabundant, this is more yang than yin, but the yang is still at normal level.
You are right. The ultimate problem is yang. Although the starting problem is yin. Yeah,
the dry heat,
you're right. This kind of diabetes may never slow down caused by real heat. That means you take too much greasy food and then you will not get it. However, I can tell you, because of the overloading of the spleen and also the kidney, I think this is the problem. Okay, I will tell you step by step what happened from the stomach and then to the spleen, and then later on to come to the kidney, the problem involved all this. Question?
So because you eat too much greasy food affecting the stomach, and that affects the spleen.
Yeah, that's okay. You're right. The stomach is the first gate before you pass, right? If there's a problem having the stomach, since stomach and spleen, they're brothers, they associate with each other, right? So we affect each other. So this is very important for us to know the accumulation of heat inside the stomach, and also or the dampness accumulated in the spleen will cause all sorts of accumulation of water. Finally, excessive sexual activity. If you read the book Yellow Emperor's Internal Medicine, it always emphasizes in 2 things which will consume our jing, our essence. 1 is overindulging in sexual activity. 2 is the alcohol. You drink too much wine. Those 2 will kill the people, or even to consume too much energy from the people. And here, since you have studied Chinese medicine, we also stick to this rule that overindulging in sexual activity will consume our kidney yang. And if you drink too much wine, of course, it will harm your liver. Okay, the liver fire will rise too. Those are the major problems of Jing, you know, I think the kidney Jing, so there are two, kidney yin and kidney Jing. Yeah. Exhaustion will cause all the kidney yin and kidney Jing. I think overconsumption, overindulging in sexual activity will cause our Jing, J-I-N-G. Jing. Usually, when we talk about yin and blood, they're different. Okay, yin is a large group, while blood is a little. So when we mention about yin deficiency, actually we're talking about 3 types of substance inside your body deficiency. One is blood, the other is your body fluid, and third is your jing, that means essence. Essence only exists in your kidney. You always mention about the kidney. How to tonify your kidney jing? Of course, eat anything which is sticky. Sometimes just like Chinese medicine we call 豆中. If you don't know what is 豆中, no problem. Do you know what is sea cucumber? Sea cucumber. If you take a sea cucumber with water and then you tea away, you can find all the sticky, liquors around them. Those sticky, jelly substance is a kind of kidney jing, and then we can tonify ourselves, right? So this is a way to tonify the kidney jing. Okay, concern about the etiology and also pathology. I just want you guys to concern 3 organs: lung, spleen, and also the kidney. Okay. And as I mentioned before, this kind of disease, how can you differentiate? How do you know that somebody, just when this gentleman, how do he get a high, blood sugar? He do not have the symptoms just like eat more, and then drink more, and then more urination, and those are the important symptoms. The last one is getting emaciation. That means skinny. As I mentioned before, skinny because of overconsumption of your energy inside the body. Those are the kids. Formerly in China, old China, ancient China, how do you know that you people suffer from cell hurt? We have no test, right? So simple is you just you pee, and then you find that the pee is always actually a lot of ants coming here, so because your urine is sweet, right? And anyhow, I can tell you, when your kidney is normal, these things will not pass. The 3 things will not found in your urine. 1 is a sugar, 2 is a blood, 3 is a protein. Or anytime you find a blood, sugar, protein in your urine, that means your kidney is open all the gates to let it through. That means with something like suffer from the nephritis. That means the inflammation of the kidney. Okay, in this case, so much more sugar in your urine. That means your kidney is undergo some kind of disorder in this way. Okay, and then as I mentioned before, there are 3 levels. Let's look at the first one, upper shell. What do you mean by upper shell? Upper shell, that means the problem happens in your lung. So we call it those ones to be the lung heat consuming the body fluid. How come you know there is a lung heat? How do you know the lung heat? It's your lung connected with your nose and your mouth. Anytime you get a lung heat, either from fever symptom or other reason, you will feel hot sensation around this area. Okay, around the nose, around the mouth, bubble cavity, around your throat, all those areas. Same as the one is the cooking rice in a house. What can you see in the chimney? The chimney full of smoke, right? And this one was like a chimney, and then something burning here, and then the smoke around here. So if you find the lung heat in your lung, and then you can just manifest in the nose. Some people will find, sometimes you find some sores inside the nose. Okay, this is because of the lung heat. So what you're going to do is to clear the lung heat there. Okay? And in case you get lung heat, what will you do? Okay, you will drink more. You will drink more, and then as I mentioned before, both your mouth and throat will really dry. This is not the only case. You can just see from your tongue condition in your pulse condition. Tongue, as you see the tongue, you can see the tongue tip get red. If the case goes severe, it will also lead to the both sides get red or the whole tongue get red. No, because it is heat. And of course, as I told you before, the tongue coat will be yellow, And also the pulse, if in case it is heat, the pulse not only rapid, but become very overflowing. Overflowing, that means just like surge, S-U-R-G, surging. Like surging, when they go up, every time you go up and go up, you just experience something just like going up without moving down. Those we call it the surging pulse. So if you got hit, you all surely get a surging and also the rapid pulse. When this disease develops from the lung to the stomach, we call this middle cell, the middle cell. That means this cell curve develops from the lung to the stomach. As you guys know, we are talking about fire, right? Fire. From heat to the lung, now down into the stomach. The stomach will get fire. How can you see the fire? Can you see a bunch of fire in the lung? No, no. The only thing you can tell is the function of the lung. You always regard the peptic acid, that means the lung acid. So the stomach acid, the peptic acid, to be one kind of fire. The more fire you get, of course, you consume more things. Okay. What do you feel? You always feel hungry. You always feel hungry. You eat more things, and then it will digest, but will not absorb. Digest and then pull it out. Eat more. You after you finish your meal, and then you want to eat more things. Right? This is because of your overflaming or flame upflaming of your stomach fire. In this case, you will eat more, you're hungry, and then you're thirsty. On the other hand, your urine will become more. And of course, in this case, if you get too much heat, too much fire in your stomach, you will get constipation. Your tongue will have a red and also really dry and yellow coat. How about the pulse? The pulse is forceful, but this time it's not surging because it's not in the lung. It's forceful, and also you find your pulse is slippery. Slippery means what? Slippery means stagnation. Something like stagnation in your body. Although your stomach can digest food, those food will be transported into your intestine, and then you accumulate in the intestine. These people will always get stagnation in the intestine, sometimes farting, and then sometimes get tuberculosis. That means the sound inside the stomach, and those are the symptoms for the middle cell. And then when you move, question.
How about, is that when you get undigested food? Partially digested food in the stool?
Yeah, this is another issue. If you just get food stagnation, that's different because it will not get heat. Like last night you get a big feast, and then this morning you just feel distension and bloating in your stomach and also intestine, right? But stomach and also abdomen. But you will not have a red tongue, you will not have a dry and yellow coat, right? Of course, you will not have a much more urination in this case, and you will not experience several times hunger. Okay, yesterday you finished that, and then you finish your meal. Today, the food still in your stomach. That is food stagnation. But after you finish meal this morning, you consume all away. You are willing to eat. This is what we call it the middle cell, right? Those are different. Okay, when you move to the lower portion, that means a problem with kidney. Now this time, you will get more and more urination, and at the worst case, your urine will get turbid, not clear. The turbid urine shows that the urine contains much protein. The protein, as you guys know, a large particle in the body, very large. Usually cannot pass the filtration, the filter of the kidney. Okay. Besides the turbid urine, and if somebody get your urine to undergo test, they find the urine is rich and contains lots of sugar. Those sugar are glucose. Okay, because in our body, glucose can only be used. And usually after you finish your meal, just like 1.5 hours before, after I finish my meal, made of rice. You know, rice is made of what? Carbohydrate. Carbohydrate is a polysugar, right? And after taking into our body, it will dissociate from polysugar to single sugar. Single sugar is glucose. Glucose is the only form our body can absorb, right? And this time our body, the glucose level will rise up. So usually after the meal, our blood sugar will rise. But within 2 hours, it will just lower down because all the blood sugar will change to glycogen, which will be stored in the liver. This is a normal pathway of the metabolism of the sugar. But if I was suffering from diabetes, the sugar cannot be transformed into glycogen. It will stay in my blood. So the blood sugar levels remain the same, right? Until it consumed in our blood. And then this consumption may not be rapid. It's slow and cause much problem here. Okay? And of course, if some people suffer from the lower cell, eating more urination, and even the sweet urine is not the only problem. Since it's concerned with the kidney, I told you guys this morning that when MB people suffer from kidney, it should have some problem of the lower back pain, right? And also listlessness, and also get lassitude in the loin and the knee level. That means his lower part of the body get really easy tired, especially the knee and also the lower part of the body, right? And he will feel powerless. Sometimes some people will get tinnitus, and also you will get dizziness. As I read in the Yellow Emperors in internal medicine, it mentioned that if your liver get not enough blood, you cannot walk, you cannot grasp, you cannot hear, you cannot walk, you cannot grasp the thing, you cannot walk, right? So hearing, watching, grasping food, and walking are all necessary for enough. This is all because we get enough blood in our liver. So liver blood is very important in this case. Okay? And also, these people suffer from dry mouth and dry lip, and the skin is got to be very, very cracked. Sometimes you will cracking in the skin, and so dry that they will find itching at that. In Hong Kong and here, I always have some patients who always get itching over the body, especially some women at about 80 years old. They always get the itching body, including the pelvic area. My diagnosis is that the lack of yin. Okay, they have suffer from blood deficiency and yin deficiency in this case. So the only way is to lubricate their yin and also to tonify her blood. Okay, and her tongue, of course, you can see that this is typical yin deficiency blood. This is fine and rapid. Okay, and also the other case, some student asked me before, would there be yin and yang both deficiency? Yeah, you're right. Usually, in this case, many people suffer from diabetes in later stage. They always suffer from both kidney yin and kidney yang together. So in this case, what happened? She will have both symptoms from kidney yang deficiency and kidney yin deficiency. So let's look. First of all, frequent urination. Surely kidney yang deficiency. Turbid, milky urine, kidney yang deficiency. Urinate directly after drinking, of course, it's kidney yang deficiency, right? However, with the dry ear halos, the ear is dry, and also this is yin deficiency. Soreness and noise and limbs, yang deficiency. Cold, because yang, impotence or irregular periods. That means in men, we always suggest some, seminal emission, or the sperm will automatically flow out from his external, reproductive organ at night. The women, of course, we get irregularity in the menstruation cycle. All those tongue coating the deep thread and big pulse together. All those are because of the prolonged disease, or what we call it the consumptive disease, which will consume both blood and qi after work. Okay, after talking a lot of the signs and symptoms, what we're going to do with the symptoms? We're going to treat that. And one point you guys have to remember, this is a very special point for treating diabetes. Okay, and you guys will know that along our best shoe, you can have BL1, BL2, BL3 along from the different from the different vertebrae outside, right? Usually, number one will be equivalent to BL11. That means vertebrae thoracic vertebrae number 1. Below that, we get the BL11, right? One after one after one. So equivalent from 1, 11, and then up to 7, and then 17. However, to the T8, below here, there's no point. There's no point, okay? And we do not get BL18 after the 8th thoracic vertebra. Instead, we get BL18 and about 9, the 9th thoracic vertebra. So it seems to me that there's an empty space under the T8. That means the thoracic vertebra, right? However, now we find actually there under T8 we get one more point, which point we call it the 位纹下序, 位纹下序. That means below the 8th thoracic vertebrae, 1 inch lateral to that, we get 1 point. This is 位纹下序. This is specifically for diabetes. So people suffering diabetes, you can just needle on that point, and then you can just improve the situation. Both sides, you're right. Both sides, yeah. Or usually remember for BL, usually both sides, okay, left and right for the best shoe. So this is a very important point for you guys to remember. 位纹下序. And the other, of course, it depends on where the cell curve is. If the cell curve is in the lung, we can get the BL13. This is 位分肺序. If there is a spleen or stomach, please consider PL20 and 21. 21 is the stomach shoe, while the PL20 is the shoe for the spleen. Of course, one place you must not forget. Either is the upper shell, middle shell, or lower shell. We have to 25. The source for that. You know the source for the energy and source for the 元气, which is the primordial qi, belongs to the teeth. So this BL23, you must remember, okay? Okay, since the diabetes concerned about water, drink more, eat more, and then you go to pee more, right? So please consider some point for water. So SP9, SP6 are 2 points we got to consider, especially SP6. SP6 is called 三阴交. 三阴交 in Chinese means what? Means it is the crossing point of the 3 yin channel in the lower limb, remember. So you can find the kidney, you can find the spleen, you can find the liver, all cross in that point. So this is a very important point. As I mentioned before, don't forget the kidney. So kidney, PL23, also the kidney point, KI3 are the point you guys remember. Okay, those are generally for all the points you get. In order to tonify the spleen, tonify the kidney, and also get more water. However, when this disease in the lung, in the spleen, and also in the kidney, you can get more supplementary points for that. For example, when it happens in the in the lung, you just consider the lung line. There is a 太渊 and 校服. You know what is 校服? 校服 actually is not in the lung. When you have a palm here, you get 2 points here. Okay, both of them belong to H. This is HTH, and this is PCH. Okay, we call PCH 劳宫. Sometimes when you're really tired, you just press on this point, and then you get rid of his hand. And the other one, we call that this is 校服. And then up to here, we have called it the 校冲. 校服 is another point for the getting rid of the heat from the heart. Okay? And then, in case in the middle, we just consider our stomach. So stomach we consider ST44. And the 地质 is ST. Remember, 地质 is actually a point of a secret point for the spleen. So we have only find the secret point there. And for the middle gel, for the lower gel, please consider 浮六. 浮六 is a very important point for the kidney whenever we consider about water. This 浮六 is a water point. So in order to treat the kidney, the diabetes, please remember the 浮六, the KI7. Why we consider about 太冲 LR3? If there's no fire, we need not consider that. But if the yin deficiency is so severe that it causes fire, and then you have to face with the fire by looking at the Tai Chung. Tai Chung is the point where we can subdue the liver fire. Okay, remember that. Okay, and also as I mentioned before, if the disease lasts long, more than 3 months, they will become chronic disease. Any chronic disease will result in 2 symptoms. One is deficiency. Long time disease will cause deficiency. Second, it will cause stagnation, explosive blood stasis. So you consider these 2 things, right? If for long term, you can just consider to tonify the yin and also to get rid of the, the stagnation. So he also mentioned about the if people feel hungry, you just consider the Hegu. That means the Li4, and also Sanjishu, that is the ST37. Fenglong is ST40. Zhongwan CT12. If you get more urine is water, and get night sweating, also water. So if since night sweat is a kind of yin deficiency, this time we consider Fu Liu and also Guan Yuan. Guan Yuan is the CV4. Qi Hai is CV6. So we consider the CV4. Why you have a poor eyesight? Poor eyesight, that means you do not have enough liver blood, right? And this time, besides tonify liver blood, you can directly needle in your eye. Okay, sometimes we are around here, okay, or you just get another point, you got a Guangming. Guangming is actually the GB37. GB37 is the point for eye. Even sometimes you get the eye inflammation, you can just consider the GB37 Guangming. Okay, and also the Tao Wei is for headache. Jianzhu is here. Yeah, this is Jianzhu. So anytime you have eye disease, you get a patient got eye disease, just eye, the red eye, or just get what we call it, conjunctivitis, or the scleritis. You can just use the needle on the Jianzhu, that means the GB2, and also the not the GB2, sorry, the BL2, and also here the special form called Yuji in the middle here, and also here we got the Sizhuhong, Tongji all those forms can stimulate the circulation in the eye. Okay, for those people who get itching the skin, what do? Itching is because of what? Because of wind. According to Chinese medicine, sometimes wind is caused by insufficiency of blood. There's a very famous statement in Chinese medicine that if you want to cure the wind, you must cure the blood first. Since the blood moves, and then the wind will disappear. So here, if you get itching, why do you get itching? Because the blood is not enough. Therefore, some people when develop in the later stage of the diabetes, they get what? They get all the blood vessels deteriorated, decayed, especially in the toe, in the foot. All of them get black because there's lack of supply of nutrient and blood. They all need to chop that part off because they're decaying, right? So before that, of course, you can do something to nourish your body and then to provide more nourishment to those extremity parts. We call the 2 hands and 2 legs to be the 4 extremities. Okay, so it's important. Okay, this explains why we use the 胃稳下术 to deal with that, because this is a new one. We also explain where it is. Okay, you just follow here to find the point on the 8th thoracic vertebrae. And also, because it's a lung, we consider the issue because it deal with the kidney. So we're looking at the BL23 and also the KI3. Okay, because it deal with the water, so we're looking for the gel, and also we want to tonify the spleen by needling the BL20. Okay, this is auricular acupuncture. I'm not going to spend too much time on that. Okay, remark. Of course, I admitted that using acupuncture will be one way to solve the problem of diabetes. But at the end, I agree with this lady that we surely must use the herbal prescription to help people to tonify, also to consolidate and to tonify the kidney, yin and yang together. Okay, and here he also mentioned about if you are using acupuncture, be careful. some patients at the later stage of the diabetes will have some kind of skin crack, and the skin is so sensitive that if you apply the needle in it, you will just make it so wound, and then it will. So you take care about the sterility problem here. Okay? So you be careful about the infection here. And last of all, of course, since diabetes is a problem of diet, even the Western medicine physician will tell you to control the diet. They ask you to consult the dietitians on all the diets, right? So does the TCM practitioner. I always advise you guys to take the food with special, just like you eat more vegetable and then eat more grains and then no smoking. And the best thing is to keep a pleasurable and also leisure life. Okay. Of course, the most important thing is don't indulge in too much sexual activity, because sexual activity also affects the rules of the kidney yin, in this case kidney chain. Okay. Be careful of all the things. Okay. Those are the lifestyle advice for that. Okay. Okay. Down to the prescription. I just want to spend a little time on that. First of all, if you got the lung heat, fluid consumption due to lung heat, of course, we need to nourish the yin. In this case, some Chinese herbs are very useful, just like Tiandong, Maidong, all the things we're going to use that. Even the housewife will use that to boil for their kids in order to, nourish their body. Okay, so the Sasang, Maidong, and also Sandi, those are also common. And this is not only for diabetes. And this formula, I can tell you guys, it's very useful for people getting headache, toothache. Because usually when you get toothache, you go to see a dentist, right? Dentist will just advise you that you may suffer from periodontitis and something like that. However, according to Chinese medicine, your toothache because of wind and fire. Once we can settle down your wind and fire, your headache will go away. Sometimes headache will come with some, swollen gum and also loose tooth. All those because of the wind and fire. This is usually the pathway to the lung fire, the stomach fire. Sometimes some TCM practitioner will tell you that if you get the teeth in the upper jaw, it is a problem of the stomach. If you get a lower jaw, it's a problem of large intestine. So you can find the exact channel to subdue the fire, so that you can get rid of those, the toothache. Those is a problem. So here, this formula called the Yunui Jian, very beautiful name. Yunui means fair lady drink. Okay, and then you can use that for the second stage of the Xiaohe, or you can use this to overcome your teeth due to the fire. If you do not sleep, you stay up for 2 nights, and then you get a toothache. Or if you are consuming too many, deep fried food, and then you get toothache, you can just consider this one, because this use very powerful heat curing and also nourishing herbs here in this formula. When this disease extends to lower GL, to the kidney, what happens? Of course, everybody knows that kidney deficiency, you should tonify the kidney. But which way we are going to tonify? If this is because of kidney yin deficiency, we are all going to nourish the kidney yin. A very important herb, which you also can find in Tongyantao, Beijing Tongyantao, which has a form of Chinese patent medicine, which is called the Lu Wei Bi Wang Tang. Very, very powerful. When I was in Hong Kong, I always prescribe this herb to those people who are on shift, just like the policeman, the doctor, and the nurse, and also the ambulance attendants. When they go do the night shift, they always get really, really tired. In that case, because the yin yang are not balanced. And Lu Wei Bi Wang Tang is a very important formula to balance their yin and yang, so that they will look bright in this case. So this formula, besides for kidney yin deficiency, and also for those people who work on shift, especially on night shift. Okay. Okay, yin yang. That means both division of yin and yang. Easy. In Chinese medicine, we got 2 formulas. One formula is called 左归王 ，the other 是右归王。左 means left， 右 means right。So 左归王 that means tonify your left kidney, that is water kidney in。右归王右 means right, that means to tonify your right kidney, which is the right kidney which is responsible for the fire, that means for the yang. So in this case, you suffer from yin yang deficiency. Okay, I advise them to use both 左归 and 右归 together. This is one of the solutions for you to remember. And the other thing, another formula which is very, very famous in the Chinese medicine classic, 相好论 which is called 金匮忧论 This is called the 金匮肾气王 So here you call it 肾气王 Sun means kidney, qi means qi. So this is help to tonify the sun, the kidney qi. So for those people who suffer from lumbago, severe soreness, of course you can get all sorts of the Chinese medicine there, which is going to tonify. Okay, before I end this slide, I'll just tell you guys that if you are young, take care of your lung. If you are old, take care of your kidney. Because once you get aging, kidney is the first organ you get aging. Okay, for those people who just want to prevent them from Alzheimer or some kind of aging problem, they will just take all those 神气丸 or other kind of formula for tonify the kidney, so that they will not get aging so easily. Okay, this is according to us.
It's pills, eh?
Pills.
Oh, so
no, originally it's a soap,
okay.
But now you can buy it as a pills in the Tongyantang or other places around here, right? So it's good for them to get. Besides yin and yang, we also consider about qi and blood, just as shared by the gentleman this afternoon. The qi blood differentiation syndrome is also important. So sometimes you consider whether this disease is caused by qi and blood differentiation. This is also accepted by the examination board. So qi and blood deficiency, of course, usually for qi, we are going to tonify the qi. Blood by using what? 细菌鸡汤 or 六菌鸡汤, which is tonify the qi. And blood, we usually get one type of 西乌汤, but this thing we never care. We care about the name of that. This soap we call it the 桂皮汤. 桂皮汤. This is easy to describe here. Okay, 桂皮汤 actually is for tonify the blood, but since it contains some ginseng, so it can be used to tonify qi and blood together. But for me, I regard this as a blood tonifier more than qi and blood tonifier, because of those people who suffer from insomnia, which we will share later on that. Okay, and also the diabetes because of the phlegm stagnation. Okay, we need to know sometimes then blood stagnation will consider another important formula called 温感汤. 温感汤 actually is to treat the problem of the phlegm. If you get more phlegm, we can 温感汤. However, if you get more blood stasis, we will also remember one more soup called 桃衡西乌汤. 桃衡西乌汤. So in this case, the author of this book try to combine both formulas together in order to cure the problem of stagnation, and this one solve the problem of the blood stasis. Okay, this is the end of this chapter. This is got to be a long chapter, but I think it's well for you guys to share this today, because diabetes is a very, very common disease now, and then we cannot cure diabetes because we don't know the name. But once we know the signs and symptoms, we got to know which is whether belong to the upper shell, middle shell, or lower shell in that case. Okay. So, do you have any problem? So let's finish 3 before we take a break. Okay.
Yes, sir. I have one question about that. Are you saying that it goes like progressively inwards? Or
Yeah.
Yeah. Okay. So the longer it goes on, the worse.
Yeah, you're right. Yeah, you're right. Okay. I'm so sorry that I haven't heard the name before. What's it called? 巧甲. Even when the time I practiced for 25 years, I haven't written this well in my medical report, case report. I never use this term. No, because during the time I studied TCM in Hong Kong, we haven't met this word before. However, when you say gastric upset, that means the problem in the stomach. This is common. Okay. Sometimes you got a 胃脘痛. That means the pain in the stomach. Stomach problem, stomach pain. I think you can use that. So whether you use this term, it's up to you. For me, I never use that. Okay. This case concerns about the problem in your stomach. Okay. So stomach problem here. What does that mean? Involving two things. One is a very common case called acid reflux. We do have lots of patients visiting our student clinic suffer from acid reflux. That means too much fatty acid coming up, and then we can cause some heat sensation in the throat, heat sensation in the tongue, heat sensation in the mouth, right? And this disease always caused by what? By one stomach heat. If you got stomach heat, as you guys, read 7 diseases before, you now know that if your stomach get hit, you surely have all those symptoms, just like dry mouth and like cold drink, and sometimes they will have a very bad smell, bad breath. Okay, bad breath may be due to some time of it's because it is digestible, undigested. Okay, and sometimes because of the too much food inside your stomach, and then you get the bad breath. And of course, in this case, you'll find that the patient get red tongue, and also yellow coat, and also the pulsation. The pulse will be kind of slippery. Okay, so what is the treatment principle? The treatment principle, of course, whenever you see heat, please write heat curing or curing heat. Okay, whenever you get problem in the stomach, please say harmonizing the stomach or harmonizing the middle gel. Because when you say, you just draw 3 lines here, okay? Each line divide upper gel and middle gel. Upper gel here, you got the lung and heart. Lower gel, you just got 2 organs, stomach and spleen. In the lower gel here, you got 2 organs. One is the kidney, the other is the liver. Many people ask me, liver is here. How come the liver is down below? Atomically, liver is in the middle gel, but functionally, liver is in the lower gel. Okay, so remember that. So here, we're talking about whenever you get heat, curing heat, any problem in the stomach, you just harmonize the middle gel or stomach. So what we're going to use in the herbal prescription, we use one thing we call it 黃連溫達湯. I think this chapter is very special. Not from the others, we put the acupuncture first, but this chapter we have the herbal prescription. Okay, those are the formula for the 黃連溫達湯. So just face it. Okay, those are the modifications. Anytime when you guys are doing TCM practitioner, please remember to do modification, because one formula cannot fit for all. Okay, sometimes you get all the things. And also, as I mentioned before, besides buying the herb, going home and boiling it, we call it decoction. We also buy 1 bottle of herb, which is called a patent medicine. So patent medicine, of course, you got all those 照离逍遥草, and also 仙人油, all those things all have. Now we come to acupuncture. Okay, if you get anything wrong with your stomach, please remember the right position, which is directly in the stomach. Okay, I always tell my students that anytime you get stomachache, the best thing is you can take a hole, put your hand inside your stomach, and then have it move, right? But you cannot do that. So what I'm doing? So you use your finger to move here. Okay. If you cannot move here, of course you can. Another point is the LI4. LI really work. Once you press here, your stomach will stop. Okay. If you want to strengthen more, of course, another 5 point is the ST 37, 38, 36. You just tap here, and then your stomach will gradually disappear. Okay. So firstly, directly. Secondly, indirect by these 2 points. Those. Okay. So the first one you consider is 中脘, and then of course 中脘 is very important here. And 2 inches from the 中脘, we get 下脘. 下脘 that means below the 中脘. Okay. So if you get the problem in the stomach, consider 中脘 and also 向脘. That means the which one? The the CV13. CV13 is a 向脘. CV12 is a 中脘. Okay, and also 睾丸 is here. 睾丸 is a CV10. CV10. There's a point between 中脘 and 睾丸. Okay, and besides that, if you got the stomach problem, you can just go back to the stomach channel. One is the 19, ST44. Of course, I told you guys before, 合谷 is also important to to release the stomach pain. 行健, why we choose the 行健? 行健 is liver, right? Why? Because sometimes the stomach is because of the liver fire. In Hong Kong, I do get experience that some patients suffer from stomachache for 1 year. After consulting the Western medicine practitioner for 1 year, stomach ache still there. But once he went to see a TCM practitioner, the TCM practitioner found that stomach is because of the liver fire. Once the liver fire disappears, the stomach ache disappears. So he was really angry with the Western medicine because he made him to take the pills for 1 year. But there's nothing happened, right? So you guys have to understand that sometimes the stomach is because of the liver. So LR2, sometimes it may be infected. And then of course, 行健. And of course, this one, 居期, sometimes may work because this will release the heat. If the stomach hit, because stomach ache is because of the heat, you can just consider 居期, that means LU5. Lastly, 手三里. This is the first time you guys see this point. Okay, this point is just 2 inches under your LI11. This is LI10. And this point is effective. You know why? This is your brother. If you see the Chinese name, ST36 is called 足三里. 足三里 means for the foot, in the foot. 足三里 also means 三里 here. So next time when you consider 足三里, it's not effective, and then just consider 手三里, because they are brother. One is in the hand, the other is the foot. Both of them serves the stomach. Okay, so 手三里 can also be one of the points for you guys to consider. Okay, for the year, I'll give you sorry, I have no time to deal with that. Okay, but here it's just some modification. If you more heat, just consider this time not LI11, but if the heat is in the stomach, please go to the ultimate point, the most end point of ST. How many points of the stomach? 45. The last one is in your second toe, okay? You just go to second toe and just butt letting there, and then you can get more relief from the stomach ache because of the heat. And of course, as I mentioned before, constipation because of the stomach heat, you can just consider the that means the TE5, this TE6. So that's why I said G house should be TE6, not TE5. Okay, TE6. And of course, you deal with the front move point of the large intestine, which is the ST25. Okay, can shoot. Nausea, of course. Anytime you feel nausea because you're classic, because of anything, please consider your 内关. 内关 is a TC6 there. Yeah. And this is very important for you to remember that. Okay. And I'm not going to concern with any the year point for there. Okay. The second reason for the this kind of stomach disorder may be because of stomach deficiency. There is stomach deficiency, that means you're weak in the spleen and also stomach. So in this case, patients will have a tasteless in the mouth. So guys, whenever in the morning you try to taste your mouth, there will be 4 possibilities. Sometimes you taste it sweet, sometimes you taste it bitter, sometimes you taste it sour, sometimes you taste it flat. All of them have some indications, right? So next time you just take a cell and tell me the results. I can tell you all the implications of that. In this case, this guy get up through the mouth, not even tasteless, but sometimes flat. So flat is that some saliva tends to flow out from the stomach. So in this case, this is because of the stomach deficiency, or in the case of the spleen deficiency. So in this case, also we have some concomitant, symptoms, just like after you eat a little bit, you get distension and bloating in your stomach. And the other thing, you always find the patient easily get tired. Okay? And also you find the tongue condition, they also pale in color, and also the pulse will be fine and weak. Remember, whenever we find a weak pulse, that means deficiency. You have to tonify. Okay? So what are we going to tonify? Of course, we tonify your spleen and stomach. And there's a very famous form in Chinese medicine. We call it 六斤鸡汤. But in top of the 六斤鸡汤, you will add two more. One is 香沙木香, another is 砂仁. Those are for the releasing the stagnation there. So here we got the formula. But we are not going to spend some more time in the modifications. So you guys just remember the representative formula that's it. And those are also for the modification of the formula in case they get the dampness, qi deficiency, stagnation, food stagnation, and also gastric disorder in this case. And also something to do with the coldness and also the chest suffocation. And second reason is still of the gastric disorders because of the cold and deficiency in the stomach. So in this case, you guys have to think of how to warm the spleen and also the stomach. So what we are going to do is a 无居鱼汤. 无居鱼 is a very famous Chinese herb to warm up our middle GI. Okay, so in this case, we use this to warm the principle, the treatment principle. No matter you're majoring in acupuncture or TCM practitioner, you need to know that the treatment principle here is to warm the liver and stomach and directly make all the rebellious qi downflow into its original place, so that we will not get what we call it the discomfort. And another reason for the gastric disorder is because of the heart blood and spleen qi deficiency. Usually we separate them into two parts. One is heart blood, two is qi, spleen qi. Because for you guys, you should know that if we lack of heart blood, we always get the symptom of palpitation. Sometimes we will get, the acute fright. For those people suffer from spleen qi deficiency, they do not have enough energy to transform or to, digest all those foods. So in this case, when some people have got spleen and stomach deficiency, again, they will have some symptoms, just like, they have dizziness, they have palpitation, and sleep always with disturbed stream. In this case, why? Because according to the Chinese medicine classic, Wang Di Nan Jing, they mentioned that if your stomach is not harmony, you cannot sleep. Too full, cannot sleep. Too angry, cannot sleep. So in this case, we are concerned about the conditions of the stomach. Sometimes you get too full. What happens? That means while you're sleeping, the stomach is still working. In this case, your cortex of your brain will stimulate that you will get more and more dream. Okay, this will disturb your sleep. So we always advise your patients that they should finish their dinner 3 hours before they sleep. This is healthy, right? Don't go with any nice snack. Nice snack is no good for our body. Okay. So in this case, you also find that people have shallow, pale complexion, and also if they do not have enough blood, they will have pale lip, pale nails. All those are the signs and symptoms for you guys to distinguish whether this guy suffer from blood deficiency or not. Okay. So what we're going to do, you can see this 桂皮汤. The second time we see 桂皮汤, okay, Webinar actually is a very good formula to deal with the blood deficiency. But we always involve this formula in the symptom of insomnia, which we will deal with later. Okay. Okay. As I mentioned before, besides the decoction, you guys can also consult some Chinese patent medicine, which you can buy in the Chinese photo shop. No need to buy it. Okay. So you can see all the 生命保湿散 and also 桂皮丸, 生沙六金鸡汤, and also 理中汤. All those are the famous formula for Chinese medicine. Now move to the acupuncture. Most of you guys are going to concern about what points we're going to do in case of the blood deficiency and also spleen Qi deficiency. As I mentioned before, for blood deficiency, you guys are going to nourish the blood, tonify the blood. Which points are useful for that? Of course, Xie Hai, that means SP10, okay? And also at the back shoe, I forgot to tell you another point, which is we call it the Ge Shu, okay? BL17. Also need to tonify the blood, okay? So in order to tonify the BL17, okay? Those are important. So in here in this case, of course, if you shortage of Qi, that means Qi deficiency, you always consider the rank 12, that means the CV12, which we call it the 中脘, since this is concerned about the stomach, right? And the other is 梁门. As I mentioned before, 梁门 is about 2 inches lateral to 中脘. So here is 中脘, this is 梁门, both sides like that. And 足三里, you guys are really familiar with this point today, right? Anytime we want to tonify Qi, blood, and the body, we will think of this 足三里, SP37. And also, if you're shortage of the blood, we'll consider the SP6, that means the 三阴交. Of course, turning to the back, there are a lot of best shoes, right? The best shoe form include what? Include the best shoe form for the spleen, which is BL20, and stomach, BL21, Wei Shu. And you guys also notice that sometimes those stomach disorder may due to phlegm. So for the phlegm point, we just come up with 1 point, which is what? Which is stomach 40, which deal with the we call it as feng rong. Okay, we also here we also mention 1 point called the 间隙. 间隙 is where? 间隙 is PC5. If you guys know where is PC6, 内关, you know PC5. PC5 is just 1 inch above the 内关, which is also good for the get rid of the phlegm here. Sometimes if for those deficiencies, I would like you guys not only use acupuncture, but you can use moxa. Okay, for moxa you can just mox those RAM point, that means the CV conception vessel, just like RAM 4, RAM 6. Sometimes the mouthful point is RAM 8 is also usable for getting rid of all those phlegm away. Okay, so you can just consider all those points. Okay, thank you. Now we move to another problem, blood deficiency. Actually, as we mentioned about the blood deficiency and spleen Qi deficiency before, so this chapter, this part, I don't need to spend too much time to explain to you, and just look at the pattern. Okay, whenever the blood deficiency, we find the first characteristic is the face. Any people suffer from blood deficiency have a pale face, really pale, okay? Not yellow but pale color, because the blood cannot be supplied up here. And also, as I mentioned before, if your blood is not enough, you will suffer from 3 types of symptoms: dizziness, blurred eyesight, and also tinnitus. All those are important because of lacking of blood. Okay, so consider that. And sometimes insomnia will be caused by the blood deficiency too. So you guys be clear about that. Okay, and also when you see the blood, when you see the tongue condition, you find the tongue is pale, tongue body is pale, and also the there's no indication for the tongue coat. But for the pulse condition, you can see this is a fine pulse. If anytime you see the fine, this little thin as a wine, That's thing of the tonification. So we are going to use another formula which you guys know before. We call it 当归西温新六糖. Or if you don't want to remember this one, use the previous formula. 桂皮汤 also the same. So 桂皮汤 are very useful, right? Anytime you use it, you can tonify your blood, no problem. Okay, those are the formula of 桂皮汤 and also 当归西温新六糖. And modifications, you guys read yourselves. And this one we call it 食补煮五汤. Really famous for what? Sometimes our stomach disorder may due to the blood stagnation. And this 食补煮鱼汤 is very famous in removing all the blood stasis. You know, in Western medicine, doctors, the Western modern physicians will not believe what is stagnated blood. They don't believe in it. They don't have this concept until recently they began to accept it because they believe that some blood falling out of the blood vessel will stay in the tissue, but they have no idea about what is the harm caused by those stagnated blood. But in Chinese medicine, even 2,000 years ago, they know that those stagnated blood will cause pain. Okay, in their body, in the tissue, we call it the general body hacking. If they stay in the stomach, we call it stomach ache too. So this situation, we call it we use a formula called 食补煮鱼汤 to get rid of all those blood stasis in their body. Okay, those are the list of the patent medicines. So if you guys have interest, you just consider some of them. Just say 食补煮鱼汤, 黄龙西湖汤, and also 无菌源, all those things. Okay. Now coming back to the acupuncture again. So you guys remember the points I mentioned again, just like 中网. Okay, 梁门. I mean the CV12, ST21, 足三里. Now you guys should be familiar with this one. Stomach 36, and also the best shoe. Turning the back, you got the best shoe for the 葛舒.葛舒, as I mentioned before, this one not only for the diaphragm, although 葛 means diaphragm. Yes. I'm sorry for that. You could find these pages. 67. But yeah, you got 67. Yeah. You know, 葛舒 is the first time you see this term, right? 葛 means diaphragm. Actually, this point is not only for the diaphragm. It's also for tonification of blood. I mentioned before. And then this 葛舒, and then we have 甘舒. 甘舒that means what? This is the best point for the liver. And then we got the 胃舒 for stomach, and also the 泻寒. As I mentioned before, this point is very important in tonifying blood. So when you consider how to tonify blood, please remember SP10 and BL17. Those are important. Good. And those are the modification of that. I'm not going to deal with that. Okay. Thank you very much. This is the second round we got. So before I take a break, I would like you to have one more. This is 1.5 round. Yeah. Are you feeling tired?
The explanation for the points you just went over, I mean, I might not be able to find them, but they're actually not in here, right?
Yeah.
They're not in here.
Not in there. Not here. Sometimes you get it. Okay. Any questions? No.
Break, yeah.
Break.
We're going to take a break.
Yeah. Take a break. And
Yeah.
then
It's better to refer to the Meridian Acupoint book, like the Manual of Acupuncture. It has details on all the individual points. So here we just list the points that for.
Until now, we haven't explained why we use what. That's why I'm asking.
Oh, are you saying that section doesn't have why we're using? Okay.
Couple chapters, not chapters, couple of disorders are written in different formats.
Yeah.
Oh, yeah, because it's our.
When you use to the same format,
Okay.
then it's confusing.
Okay.
Also missing the explanation. And it's missing the explanations why what the type and based on the channel. Which is on the yeah, which is we must yeah.
I need to just get that away also.
你干嘛？哎，怎么了？行，我觉得还是不行。还是不行吧？
没有。没有。
Melinda, come here, I'll show you exactly what you mean. Okay, so take,
This is the older version, right?
wait a second, I don't know.
This is the older version.
For this
We
session,
did
like,
add
we're
some
gonna do
stuff.
it.
So hold on.
Next one.
Wait a second, it's still not an exam formulation.
It's not the
What's important
Yeah,
here,
I think so.
it does make not conclusive, okay? So what's here important? It's very important for us.
Can I see what it's called?
Uh,
It's just like an explanation.
that explanation.
Have a
So
box thing
that
out
explanation.
I'm gonna wear that.
Okay, so for example, this one, blah, 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 because
I have a
of that, especially not that particular, but when you go to the 6th channel, time, food, yan, blah, 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 all that. And it's lighting over here. So in a gastric abscess and an acid reflux, it's lighting.
Yeah.
And then you go to anxiety, it's again started in a kind of, yeah, in a kind of normal, appropriate, convenient format. I don't know what the.
There's also one other thing. This one's laid out with these are the 4 things. Yeah. But then it doesn't follow that. It goes into all kinds of other things that aren't listed in the 4 things.
So those
deficiency
two
is coming
diseases.
blood deficiency is not matching. Let me just go over this.
This is the second time they edit this book, but they did not ask me to help them to edit. Because the first time I edit, I found lots of typo mistakes.
Oh, typo is still, oh, there's still typo mistakes.
Yeah.
It's still not logically, according to what you show on the screen.
It's
Yeah.
very hard to follow.
It's very hard to follow.
Yeah, you just complain to them, yeah.
It gets mixed, and then you put in the herbs, and then
Yeah.
you have to come back
Yeah.
to it.
Yeah.
I guess, so I guess the only thing you do, what you have to do is if you see the point, you recommend the point, we have to go to the manual,
Yeah,
and
you're
then
right.
for each point, it'll state why you use that point. So
Yeah.
You have to cross, in the exam.
Oh, you mean the orange book?
No, the big
No problem. And whatever information you're concerned with.
How many more?
Three more chapters. Three more chapters.
Anybody?
Oh.
Cell phone?
I can send it.
I can sell it. I can sell the cell phone. Safe. Yeah, move it.
省电瓶被节约。
It's a free.
Move the computer.
Okay. Let's find out how you take violence. That was the tactic assault with the active.
How about we can open and start again?
没有，他这没有听我啊。
把那个关了吧。帮我看一下 video 在不在 ，online 在不在 ？online 把这个拿走。OK， 他们声音都有了吗？去那边测试一下啊。
Yeah, they make some comments. You do.
Okay.
How come it's half? It's only half.
No. Yeah, you can move it.
Re.
Yeah, that's okay. That's okay.
No, you can press the slide. Play slide. Yeah.
Good.
Okay.
Good. Okay, welcome back to the class. We step one hand out. How about so everybody leave it before 5 and just come on time, right? So we are going to have 3 more to go. This one is called 兔栓. Actually, it's a very common disease in our spleen clinic. We have some patients always suffer from this kind of disease, which is called the acid reflux or acid regurgitation. In this case, the patient suffers from the problem that the acid always come up from the stomach and always give them a heat sensation in the throat, in the tongue, even all over the mouth, right? Okay, this is curious. Starting here is not introduction. We call it how come this is a kind of a prescription here. So let's move back here. So what happened here?
So that's different from the.
Yeah, I think this problem because there's no introduction. Let me check. I didn't have this last time. Wait. No problem. Okay, let's start from the defense and symptom first. Yeah, I think it's all. We better start from the very beginning. The last time when I had yeah, this is a kind of symptom we mentioned before, okay? And let's look at the cause of that. And first of all, the cause of this kind of acid reflux may be due to the liver qi stimulation. Sometimes the liver qi will make the stomach, as I shared with you guys the story just before the break. Okay, many people suffer from stomach ache not because of the stomach problem itself, sometimes because of the liver qi stimulation. So if some people suffer from liver qi stimulation, of course, you can also read from the his signs symptoms that these people will got some kind of bitter taste in the mouth, also will got some hypochondriac distension and something like that. So in this case, what we're going to do is we are going to subdue the liver qi, and also we're going to harmonize the stomach, as I taught you guys before. Anytime you have liver qi, you subdue it. Anytime you have the stomach ache, that means the stomach is disorder, we're going to harmonize the stomach. So in this case, I'm going to use the formula first. Sorry, formula first this time, like before, right? The formula called Sydrome. Sydrome itself is going to subdue the liver. That means soothe the liver, but also improve the function of the spleen here. Okay, and this is the modification. I'm not going to share with you too much about that. And this also some of modification where some kind of symptoms, just like being anxiety. Or the stagnation, and just like the dampness, fire, stagnation, blood, and also the phlegm together. Okay, those are the formula, and for the for this formula. Okay, and second, when we talk about the phlegm, okay, and this phlegm always we mention about the phlegm will cause the cheese stagnation in our body, and this cheese stagnation. Always because of the phlegm inside the body. Okay, and we can use the same formula to solve the phlegm inside our body, and then in this time we'll solve the problem of the swallowing difficulty and also the nausea and vomiting. Okay, and its main concern is about the stress. So in this case, we're thinking of another formula which is called the 起介散, and here 起介散. That means open the diaphragm to solve this problem. Okay, and this is the formula. And I'm just looking for another problem which is called the stagnated heat. And this stagnated heat is because of the sometimes because of the menstruation cycle. You know, women, as I told you guys before, between the age of 13 to 49, always every month we suffer the same problem because you get menstruation cycle, right? This menstruation cycle sometimes it is order, sometimes it is disorder. In case of disorder, we sometimes because of delay, sometimes because of preceding, and those the cause of what we call the cause for the acid reflux in this case. And those are the formula. And if you guys have difficulty to find out all those, the decoction, there is some patent medicine, just like 柴胡疏肝汤、疏肝丸、逍遥丸. But this 逍遥丸is very popular. Okay, for women, they have irregularity in their menstruation cycle. We always use that. Of course, originally, this is used for deal with the disharmony between the liver and the spleen. However, they also use it for the disease in the gynecology. Here, now come to the acupuncture. Any people suffer from the acid reflux, usually we will deal with the stomach. As I told you before, acid reflux is main concern with reflux, right? And the main concern is stomach. So in this case, we are choosing all the points concerning about stomach, just like 中脘, CV12, 香碗, CV13. And one more point you guys know is the 痰中. 痰中is mentioned before the break, and this is a point for the gas, for the qi gathered in our chest. So if we needle this point, of course it will raise up our qi so that the acid reflux will be more relieved in this case. Of course, when we talk about vomiting, I also inform you guys the 内关 here, 内关. That means the PC6 is also useful, effective here. So if you treat the vomiting and also the acid reflux as the same category, both of them concern about the rebellious qi from the stomach. So you can just regard 内关 as one of the best points to deal with this kind of acid reflux. And of course, Tai Chung is LR3. LR3 is also a very useful point to subdue the liver fire. Of course, the last point is ST36. Anytime you have problem with your stomach, please remember ST36, which is 竹山. Okay, and 手山里, if your memory is good, just remember 竹山里 and 手山里. That means ST36 and also LI10, they are brothers. One is in hand, the other is in the foot. Okay, and they can, is on the leg, and then they can always solve the problem in the stomach. And of course, turning the back, the back stool, you can find the stool, which means the blood stool for the gout. Of course, this is for the purification of blood. And also the 胆素, that means the blood stool for the gallbladder, I mean the BL19. And also the BL21, which is the blood stool for the stomach, which is called Wei Su. And the other thing is if you got headache, okay. As I told you before, there's no specific point for the headache. But you know, if the headache is associated with the acid reflux, of course, you have to deal with the Yang Ling GB34. Okay, Yang Ling is actually a lower He point for the gallbladder. So in case you needle the Yang Ling, that means GB34, you can just suppress the hyperactivity of the gallbladder. Okay, and if you have the hypochondriac pain here, we add one more point called qi man. This is the first time you guys see this thing, qi man. Qi man is actually the LR14. That's it. Just from the nipple here, the 7, just the 7 here. Yeah, here actually, qi man is another point, replacing the LR2 and LR3. That means if somebody get the liver qi stagnation, you can consider LR2, this is Xinjiang, LR3, Taichung, and also in addition to that, you can just consider LR14, which is called Qi. You can find on the 7th intercostal muscle, intercostal space here. Okay, and also the concerning about the gallbladder, you can just find the fundamental points on the gallbladder, which is called the Ura actually is a GB24, just in the side here. Okay, this is GB24, and as I mentioned before, LR2 for the liver fire. So you guys have to consider all these points when you have the acid reflux due to different reasons. Okay, and sometimes the acid reflux may be caused by the spleen deficiency. Okay, if in spleen deficiency, please go back to the best shoe and find the best shoe for the spleen, which is the what we call it, the Pishu. Pishu is in 20, BL20. Then it's the 20 in the urinary bladder. And sometimes you got the phlegm with what we call it the plum stone. What is a plum stone? Plum stone, that means it look like a stone here, going up and going down. Okay, it's that later stone. However, this is not stone. When we took the X-ray or when you take the ultrasound, it's only a symbol of qi. That means it's a qi stagnation. Sometimes you get the stagnated phlegm or stagnated qi in your finger and this kind of thing. So in this case, what are we going to do? We treat both things to be phlegm. Treat both phlegm and also both plum stone salt to be phlegm. So what we're going to do, you will just remember ST40, okay, which is the 丰隆, okay, depicted. And beside the 丰隆, as I told you guys before, the point just above the PC6 内间, above 内间 we call this 行间. Okay, this 行间 we also can solve the problem and also 太保. Why we pick 太保? Type actually is just near the Gongxuan, that means SP4. Both Gongxuan SP4 and Type SP3 are useful in tonifying the spleen. The problem is if we get phlegm, why do we tonify the spleen? Because when, yeah, exactly, you're right. Because when we find dampness in the spleen, the phlegm will generate there, will accumulate there. So if the spleen is completely dry, no phlegm will be generated. Okay? So therefore, SP3 type is considered. When somebody gets acid reflux with the associated symptom of dizziness, so we are going to get the GB20. Why? Why? We have dizziness because of wind. So what we're going to do is to put two pins at the back here, right? GB20, and then you can get rid of the wind from your head. So sometimes when we have an acid reflux, some people also get some kind of nervous anxiety this way or insomnia. This time we're going to calm the shen. In Chinese, shen, SHEN, means the spirit. So when you calm the spirit, of course you will get good sleep. Okay. So in this time we are concerned about the shenmen. Where's the shenmen? Shenmen is here. Okay, HT7. What's that shenmen? Also is a special point just between the elbow. You see the elbow here. This is the yin tang. Usually for people who suffer from headache, we just put a pin here. A needle here is not that perpendicular, just on the surface, either down or up. Usually we push down here. Okay. This is yin tang here. Okay, and also during 19, what we call a holding, and then we call it some something. Okay, all of them can be found in the view channel. That is the governing vessel there. Okay, for the ear points, of course, I just leave you guys to read because you're not going to deal with it anymore. Okay. So, okay. And the other reason is because of the liver heat. So, sorry. Going previous. Yeah. Thank you. Yeah. And this is the acid reflux because of the liver heat, which will affect the stomach. This is also another case that the liver control. I mean the wood control the earth. Okay, this wood liver belongs to wood, while stomach belongs to earth. Okay, if the wood control the earth, that means the liver will have some interaction with the stomach. In this case, the stomach will have some acid reflux. So what we're going to do, we are going to use the 化杠键. That means we're going to transform the heat from the liver and then to the stomach. In this case, we will use this generation. Okay, this is just one formula for that. Of course, one thing you guys remember, in dealing with acid reflux, if you are using Chinese medicine, one herb is very useful, which is the bone of the squid fish, and the other, which we call it the hypel cell, and which is made up of the calcium. So when you take the calcium carbonate into your stomach, it will balance the acid. So two herbs you are going to use, one is hypel cell, the other is this one, 瓦楞子. We got all these two herbs in the Chinese herbal shop in order to neutralize the acid inside our stomach. Okay? And this is because of the liver. Sometimes we got lots of heat from the liver. So people will have a disease just like red eye, just like red cheek, and also easily irritable. And in that case, you guys are thinking of how to subdue the liver fire. Okay, and this is the case when the acid is really severe. So we are going to use a formula called 左金丸. Actually, we have mentioned this formula before. As I mentioned, 左金丸 got two herbs. One is the 吴茱萸, the other is 吴黄连. And then 黄连 can cure the heat up, while the 吴茱萸can give more heat, give more warmth to the lower body. This is a very special formula for killing people get heat upper while they're cold and lower. Okay, and this is very special with that. Okay. Another problem is the stomach heat. And I think that this is the order here. You guys just turn back your attention here. First of all, with the stomach heat here, you can see that how can people get stomach heat? Because it's much more deep fried food. Okay, this is the cause. And what is the sign symptom? You can see that from the slide, the sign symptom including all the bad breath, all the gum inflammation. Sometimes they got dry mouth, thirsty, and the red tongue, and also the pulse is rapid and slippery. And as I told you guys before, in case you get the stomach heat, sometimes you get the swollen gum and also the floating teeth. Okay, this is stomach heat. So what we are going to do is to subdue the heat by using either acupuncture or the herbal medicine. The second reason we reduce is the damn heat. Yeah, I just mentioned about the herb. I just mentioned about another high cell. This is actually the make of the bone of the jellyfish, kind of jellyfish. And concerning about the damn heat, the cause of damn heat from the stomach, so the patient will get a very acidic reflux. Then we find that this is because of some sticky food, some deep frying food, and then which will cause the patient lots of heat in the spleen and also stomach. In this case, you guys are thinking about alcohol, and thinking about smoking, alcohol, and also other factors, which also lead to the same results. What is the sign symptom? Sign symptom will include what? The heat in the stomach, and also the distension in the abdomen, right? And sometimes epigasm, we've got epigastrium region, we've got really uncomfortable and dry mouth, and also we've got the yellow and greasy tongue. In this case, so what will be the treatment principle? Again, whenever you see heat, please clear the heat. So what I'm going to do is clear the heat, but remove the damage. As I told you this morning, whenever you see damn heat, please separate damn and heat. Okay, damn and remove the damage. While heat, and then you will get rid of heat. So the most important part is clear, damn heat, regulate, cheat, and harmonize the stomach. This is also the purpose where the human beings are going to deal with. Okay, so the prescription is the Se Xing Se means purging, Si means hot, means purging hot soup in this case. Okay, those are the ingredients of the formula. So we just refer to the book. Okay? And also acid reflux may be caused by the complex of heat, cold, and deficiency. And this is really rare. In my private practice, I seldom see this case, but here, because sometimes for those patients who suffer long-term disease, may have this kind of sign and symptom, because sometimes it's cold and sometimes heat together, and then they will just alternate with each other. So it's a complex mixture of them. And this is happening when people suffer from long-term disease, and also when their stomach and also the spleen get weakness, and then they can all get this. The symptom is they always get heat in the stomach, and also they get always fullness, and sometimes you got the uncomfortable feeling in the upper epigastrium region, okay? And sometimes you have some nausea, and also the most ridiculous feeling is suddenly feel hungry, but they cannot eat too much. Okay, so after eating too much, they will just get diarrhea. So this is very complicated. Sometimes you can find heat symptom, sometimes you can find cold symptom in this case. So in order to cure this, to treat this problem, we find a very useful formula which is called the 半夏离心汤. That means 半夏泻心汤 or 泻心汤. HIE, 更下泻心汤. That means we can use those formula to purge the heat from not only the heart but also the spleen and the stomach here. So 更下泻心汤, you just can see all the ingredients here. Okay? Besides the lung heat, besides the deficiency in the spleen and stomach, besides the phlegm, besides the what we have before, the heat and cold compressed together, we also have one reason because of phlegm. In case there's a phlegm, the patient will have some kind of feeling just like, there's because the phlegm in the middle gel will obstruct the chi and blood flowing here. So we're always feeling, chest oppression there. Of course, similar symptoms, just like what we had before, just like vomiting and just like immediate growing hungry, and also those yellow tongue coat, they are all the same. But this time we just inform you that in this case we are going to use another formula, okay? And this formula is 注乳更少注意汤, but it doesn't mess about here. Yeah, 温胆汤. There is 温胆汤. 温胆汤, as you guys read before, this is for curing the phlegm. But sometimes when you use the 温胆汤, they also treat the people with insomnia due to phlegm. Okay, so this is a very useful formula for treating people who have phlegm. Okay, after all this, I would like you guys to look at those Chinese patent medicine we had before, like 大胃泻火散、温胆汤，but when it is配方是温胆汤。And warning to those 解毒汤, those you can find in Chinese herbal shop or even in Kongnam. Okay, lastly we come to the acupuncture form. Same, I'm going to repeat the same thing, right? It's those diseases caused by the liver, spleen, or even the deficiency. We still consider the 中脘, that means CV20, and also 项网 CV13. Those 200 locally for stomach. 膻中, of course, this is 膻中, 中脘, 项网. Okay, those 3 points, all of them will directly affect the function of the stomach. And the other one, 劳宫, as I mentioned right here. Okay, this is 劳宫. 劳宫 is belong to the PC. But the function of the purging the fire. And 那一瓶 SP44, as I mentioned earlier, help provide more water, and to the stomach. So you need the fire. 行间 is on the liver. So all those points you guys are familiar. And then 阳陵泉 that means the GB44. So GB34, those are for the liver. And then you can just do the liver fire. 13 for purification. ST34 is for purification. And LI11 here, no matter if it's heat from exterior syndrome or interior syndrome, it's still near this font. It's LI11. Okay. So again, besides the phlegm, now we are talking about the phlegm dam. If we got the phlegm dam, of course, we are going to use a very famous formula,平胃散. Okay, 平 means the settle, 胃 means the lung, the stomach. So we are going to settle down the stomach by this 平胃散. Okay. And those are the modifications. I wonder why they alternate with acupuncture with herbs supporting acupuncture, right? Okay, those are the modifications for those things. Okay, those are the patent estimated. Yeah, again, you can see if because of the phlegm dam, I want you guys to focus on 2 points. What? 丰隆, SP40. Okay, again, we are using SP40 because we want to get rid of the phlegm. Okay, this is a point especially for the damage. Even you get edema, phlegm, and also any kind of water problem in your body, you consider this one. Okay, and all the others will be the same. Okay, we are not going to repeat them. Okay, and those are the modifications. If somebody gets spleen deficiency, now you guys will know that you just tonify the spleen by either tonify the stomach or you can catch the point of Jiangmen. Jiangmen is on here because Jiangmen is the frontal point of all the visual and all the organs here. Okay. Liver problem, of course you consider L3 Taichung. And you get a foggy headache. This is very, very important because when you get headache, usually it's because of wind. So we're using the GB20 to get rid of the wind. However, one point is new to your guy. We call it the sunlight. This one, BL62. BL62 can also deal with the problem in the head. Okay, and since BL62 is a kind of the eight conferential point. Sunlight is a point where the urinary bladder link with the extraordinary system. So they link two systems together. So sunlight here is a very important function in dealing with the headache. Okay, and if you got cold phlegm, of course you get cold, you can warm it. So why you need to warm? You're not using the needle warm. You're using the mortar again. Okay, and then if you got the muscle problem, of course, 大道 21. This is a blue connecting point, a great blue connecting point for the spleen. Okay, there are 15 blue connecting points, but the last one is called the great blue connecting point in the spleen, which is 大道. It is in FC21. Of course, if I mention for any spleen consider water, fluid, then we consider 阳陵泉 or edema, 阳陵伊林泉 and 三阴交. 伊林泉 is the SP9, while the 三阴交 is SP6. SP9 and SP6 are the same. Okay? Here is the ear acupuncture. We have no time to concern about that. Last one. Just 1 minute. Before we close, acid reflux may be also caused by what? By eating disorder. Sometimes you eat too much, and then you can cause food stagnation. So in China, in Hong Kong, people like to pick up some sanjia, maya, and those things to boil for the kids. How they take it? All the food will be resolved or called reduced. So here you also refer to some of the ingredients, and this formula is called BAOHC, BAOHC, and this is very good for resolving the food. The food stagnation, food stagnation. You can take BAOHC, just put a bottle of BAOHC inside your house, and then in case any time you get food stagnation, you can get it. Okay, those are the modifications of that. And then this BAOHC, all of them are examples where you can find in the Chinese herbal shop for the getting resolve the food stagnation. Okay, those are the acupuncture tools. You guys are all familiar with this point. In case you get food stagnation, just consider all the points just like Zhongwan, Liangmen. I mean the Ren 12, Ren 20, stomach 21, 9 here. Actually, this point is also good for food stagnation. Okay, food stagnation, and just consider the 9 and so sign this point just 1 inch below your LI 11. Okay, Busan is the information will be about the body. Okay, those are the points for you to consider if you have much more water, Fonglong, I mean SP40, and then night SP44. Okay, and of course for spleen deficiency, you have to tonify your spleen by taking the Sanjiao SP6. Constipation, of course, Jikao. I always emphasize this point. TE6. Sometimes you guys can consider the the KI6 for the constipation. Okay, so now the last one. And then we have spleen and stomach yang. Qi deficiency. Sometimes Yang and Qi comes together, but for me, I would like to separate them together. Yang is Yang, Qi is Qi, right? Because the Yang is a kind of energy, right? Yang is a kind of thing to warm up the body. Qi is a kind of energy. So in this case, if both them are shortage or deficiency in the body, we have to consider, we have to tonify the spleen. Once you tonify the spleen, both Yang and Qi can be, measured in this case. So this formula is called the Sensar Liu Jun Ji Tang. It's a very famous formula in, tonifying the spleen, especially for those people always burping. And then you can, while you use the Sensar Liu Jun Ji Tang, you can just make all the reverse Qi down, and then the burping problem will be released. This is a very good formula for releasing the belching and also burping. Okay? And this is a modification. And yeah, you can all find all these similar. You can find all the similar Chinese patent medicine here. Okay, it's Sensar Liu Jun Ji Tang. And also for this kind of acid reflux, you can just consider all the points just like what we had before. So all the points I need not explain, but you can just go. But when you read this point, remember what are their functions. Okay, what are their functions? Those why we use this point, for example, Tangzhong is the upper C of Qi, and this is in the middle gel in the diastema Qi downward. I think you have to take care of the function. Otherwise, you know why you use this form. Okay, so make sure they are in your answer. Okay, and of course, if you get the friend dam, if you got something like the problem just like the friend dam or others, you can use Moxa too, right? So I think it got to be the last one, the stomach and also the liver. Yin deficiency. That means do not have enough fluid inside these two organs. Okay, I mean that both the liver and stomach do have enough fluid. In this case, we are going to use Yi Guan Jian. However, I usually use Yi Guan Jian to deal with the problem of what? To deal with the problem of the constipation. And you have lots of formula for constipation, but Yi Guan Jian can be used with those people get the liver qi stagnation. So remember, liver qi stagnation with diarrhea, we are going to use Tong Se Yao Fang. But liver qi with the constipation, okay, we always use Yi Guan Jian. Yi Guan Jian here tends to give more yin and more water to the lung and also to the stomach and also to the liver and also in the liver. Okay, those are the modifications. And also here it means that if you get any problem, something you can consider is the rose. In Hong Kong sometimes we use the rose flower to make some herbs in order to to settle down the acid reflux. And then some people will put it in the tea, and then put it in the tea, mix it with the other tea leaves. And I think dry rose flower is one type of herbs to deal with acid reflux. Okay, and those are the patent medicine which you read before. Yeah, these are. I'm not sure that I'm pretty sure that you guys have read all those, the Ren 12, LR13, and also the BL20 and BL21. Those are the points you read before, right? However, one point you haven't seen before, this is the Jubi. Jubi is actually another linking point between the extraordinary point and the regular point. So Jubi is called as KI9. KI9 actually is a point linking the kidney with the yang, with the yin mobility vessel. So this is also good for this kind of acid reflux. Okay? So this is the end of the this chapter. I'm sorry that sometimes we got confused of the arrangement of chapter. So I think we will do some jobs to rearrange the series because we don't find the introduction, we don't find the systematic arrangement for the prevention and symptom there. Okay, is this good in your book? You find?
It's all over the place.
All we do is always looking for what we see on.
Yeah, that's right. So I think we got to do some work to arrange and this chapter in short time, right? Shall I?
在哪里？
Yeah, good. So we finish now and okay, 语境。So. Sorry, are you? Thank you. So we still got 15 minutes. I just want to finish everything within this 15 minutes. Okay. So this is what we call it the 语境. 语境 is in Chinese. You know, in English we got it to be. Yeah, got it. Thank you. 语境 can be regarded as a kind of depression. You know, city like Toronto, Hong Kong, Beijing, and Canton, always, you know, we find people working really hard for their business and fighting for their, you know, the quotas. Sometimes many people, even at a young age, just like 30 years old, they've got all sorts of depression, all sorts of what we got neurosciences. Those can be grouped under what we call 语境. That means anxiety, depression, and stress. And this is a very good introduction for you guys to know 语境 is a psychological disorder, okay? And this is because usually due to the internal injuries rather than external. So in this case, sometimes we call it psychosomatic. That means anything happen in the head sometimes affect the body, right? So in this case, you'll find that people suffer from headache, upset of the stomach, and also fatigue, diarrhea, nightmares. They cannot get good sleeping, just insomnia. All those things because of the problem in their psychology problem. Okay? And this psychology problem, of course, usually happens in those people who have a really, really bad situation at their daily life, and then they cannot stand for the change of life. They cannot change, adapt themselves to the frustration in their life. They will suffer from this kind of psychological problem. And what are the chief symptoms? The chief symptom, of course, depression, have no mood to work, and then sometimes feeling sad, and sometimes you're easy to cry or easy to laugh, and of course insomnia is one type of symptoms, related to this kind of disease. Okay, and also the poor appetite will be some of the symptoms of that. And what's the reason? The reason, when you see the pattern one is because of the liver cheese formation. As I mentioned this morning, when I feel jealousy, when I feel discontent, when I compare with other people, I always get grievances. And this grievance will be a kind of liver cheese formation. Okay? And this liver cheese formation will lead to what? Hypochondria, detention, and also we call it fullness, and sometimes we go purging, and sometimes we got bletching, and also sometimes we got the bowel system problem. All those things can be because of the kind of depression. And the other thing is because of fire. Depression sometimes will cause the depressive chi will cause fire. And the fire, of course, will get red eyes, dry throat, constipation, red tongue, and also yellow coat. Yeah, question.
Stagnation. Stupid question.
Yeah.
In stasis, or reversing the direction, or less flow?
I think this is stagnation means the stain of the chi, which cannot go up or down.
Stasis, so it's in one spot.
Yeah, stasis is one spot.
It hasn't reversed its direction, and it isn't less.
No.
It stopped.
They stop there. It stop there. It will not go. It's stagnation. I always warn my students that don't let the chi stagnation stay there. Once you find stagnation, you must just resolve it or discuss it as soon as possible. Why? because cheese stagnation will become blood stagnation. Blood stagnation will become tissue stagnation, and the liver will become either benign or malignant. And this malignant later on will become cancer. Okay, so be careful about all those symptoms. This one. So first of all, it will become of the liver cheese stagnation, and later on also it will be cause of the phlegm, stagnation of phlegm. Okay, and then later on it will go into the heart and spleen deficiency. All those diseases can be caused by what we call the depression. So depression will lead to lots of problems, and sometimes the last problem is both liver and also the liver and kidney deficiency. So as you guys read from this morning till now, you will know that liver and kidney deficiency easily happen among the people, right? In this case, you guys have to learn how to deal with that. I think this is a very good business if you can solve all those problems. Okay, coming to the treatment. First of all, let's look at the acupuncture. Acupuncture part, since this problem links with your heart, right? In Chinese medicine class, we mentioned that our heart houses Shen, heart houses spirit. So we are dealing with heart, so we can deal with all the things of heart 7, that means Shen Wen, or PC 6 内关. All these two must be included. Besides that, you get a 保会 is the highest point here because保会,保会is very important during the what? That they dealing with heat deficiency, and here also dealing calming the Shen, also this point is good. And 水沟 is just dealing with the water. This here 水沟 this point is very important for resuscitation. For somebody suddenly fall down, suddenly again unconscious, you must either use your needle to point in the 水沟 or call it 人中, and the other is use your nails, just press it on, and then you will wake up from epilepsy or wake up from unconscious. This is a very, very important point because 水沟. So 水沟, 神门, 内关, and also 太冲, as I mentioned before, the liver. Whenever the liver fire, just consider this 太冲. And also TC6 is the heart. This is a high point for calming Shen. Of course, it's not as important as the HT7. HT7 and HT6, both of them are responsible for calming the Shen. And in comparing, I thought HT6 is more effective than HT7. Okay? In this case, yeah. And the supplementary point, just like the Tangzhong, that means the CD17, and also the Qimen is the LI13. All those points can soothe and disperse the stagnated qi, as mentioned by our classmate. The qi needs to stay there. What we're going to do is disperse all the stagnated qi. Okay, and of course, if we get the phlegm, if we get the qi become fire, we do consider the point LR2 in the liver because this will subdue the fire in the liver. And also this is also important point because it's 2, yeah. And 行间 also a point for you to release the fire. Okay, and one point because it's 傻气 we don't have 傻气 here. This point 傻气, yeah, this one, GB43. GB43 is the second last point of the gallbladder. But you know the last point 44, because the 最巧烟 is releasing the fire. Right? One point before, usually, the second last point, just like the stomach, you get ST44, which is governing the water. Similarly, in the GB, the second last GB point, which is GB43. GB43. Sasi is also responsible for water. So in case of fire, you just needle this point to get more water in this case, right? And of course, if you get phlegm, please remember Honglong and Sanjiang and also Tendu, okay, for the phlegm and the qi phlegm position. Okay, lastly of all, you just consider the xin shu. When you turn to the back, you get all the best shoe point, just like the best one for the heart, xin shu, the best one for the for the spleen issue, they're all the same. And of course, during the consultation, remember Simon Jiang, which is ST36. Okay? This slide is going to explain why we use those points. So in explaining those points, please make use of those explanation, just like resuscitation, adjusting spirit, and then you control the source point, high channel. So source points, those are important, and also those points of a blue connecting point. All those points must be used here because to prove that you can master all those point combinations and all the source of the points for different functions. Okay, other alternate methods, I'm not going to deal with that because we don't have time. Okay, how about the herbal prescription? One, about the liver qi stimulation. Anytime about the liver qi, we always have the same formula, 柴胡疏肝汤. That means we are going to soothing the liver. Okay, and this 柴胡疏肝汤 is very famous in dealing with the depression. I always use that, during my private practice, just settle down the stress of the patients. Here is a modification. And the other reason for depression is because people get the blood, then later this qi transformed to fire. That means first of all it gets qi stagnation, but later on the qi modified and then transformed to fire. And then you get all the situations just like the taste in the mouth, just like the irritable behavior or others. Okay, and this time we use a very famous formula called 泻油散. 泻油散 in Hong Kong, in China, and then they add two more called 单剂泻油散. But here in Canada they call 渣威泻油散. So here we get 渣威泻油散. Here those names are found in Hong Kong and China, all these names. And this is also important for the people suffering from depression. In addition, they get heat in their body. So we got make use of those two herbs. And the other thing is the measure of blood. I just warn you guys again. Don't let the qi stagnation become blood stagnation. Otherwise, it's more difficult to deal with. When it becomes blood stagnation, we still have some formula for that. This one I introduced this morning. We call it the 邪符主义汤. It means it's going to expel the stagnation in our bloodstream. Expel the stagnation in our bloodstream. So it's called 邪符主义汤. Okay. And this is the ingredient of the formula. Okay. And 5. Sometimes the fire is so vigorous. That flame of fire will go up, and then it will disturb our mind. That means in this case, the patient will change from depression to mental disease. Sometimes schizophrenia. Okay, so guys remember, schizophrenia can be cured by dissolving the flame. Although we cannot see any flame inside the patient, but we still stick to the rule that any patient suffering from mental disease, we try to remove the flame because we suspect the flame fire is the main cause for all mental disease. Okay? So in this case, you find some people getting mental disease, always scared that somebody is going to kill him, someone going to take him away, and then we try to use one famous formula called 甘麦代枣汤. 甘麦代枣汤. 甘草, 麦, and then is the 麦冬,福显麦, and 代枣. And these are very, very simple. Just 3, 甘草, 福显麦, and also 代枣. And they kill the people who always suspecting some people kill him or just take him away. Okay, this is what settle down this schizophrenia. Okay. The other causes for the depression may be because of the lack of blood and lack of blood in the heart and also in the spleen. So we call it the deficiency of heart and spleen. This time you may remember another formula called 桂皮汤. 桂皮汤 actually we use later on when we deal with the insomnia. Okay, this formula is originally for improving the chamber, but later on it can be applied to two as one, depression, second, insomnia. So, 桂皮汤 is very useful in our practice. Okay, so remember this one. And the 7 causes we call it as heart yin disease. Heart contains a lot of constituents. Heart can be heart yang, heart qi, heart yin, okay, and heart blood. In this case, when we say the heart yin, that means include the heart blood deficiency and also heart jing and also the heart fluid deficiency. Okay, so in this case, many people will try to use a very important formula, which is called 天王心丹. 天王 is what does that mean? Heavenly King. Heavenly King. They use the Heavenly King to overcome the problem of the depression. Similarly, like 桂皮汤, 天王心丹 always employed is made up of some sort of helps to treat people with insomnia. Here, also treat people with depression. So 桂皮汤 and 天王心丹 they always employed, they always prescribed in many cities for people who suffer from insomnia and also depression. Okay. One is about the liver yin. Liver yin always refers to liver blood. I mentioned before, liver blood is so important that you provide blood to all parts of the body. If you don't have enough blood, of course your muscle cannot move. Okay, you get cramp or convulsion. In this case, what we're going to do is we try to use a formula called the 积水清肝饮. This formula I'm not really familiar with. If you ask me, I do have another formula to replace it. That's why in the break time, some students came here to ask me whether we can use other formulas to replace that information. I say yes, this is not the only one. We can use formula, we use Dificiency or other formula for treating this kind of issue. Okay, thank you very much. This is going to be the second last slide. I just want to ask 2 more minutes. Any question? Yeah, question.
The herb prescription,
Yeah.
the herb prescription seems to be more specific for certain things. And so you give us a number of acupuncture points and why they're used, but then you have at least 3 or 4 or 5 different syndromes, all of which have their own specific herbs. Am I correct in that?
Exactly, you're right. You're right.
So the points are general.
Yeah.
If you want to get more specific, you have to go into the herbs.
Exactly. This is why I'm always sharing with my students in acupuncture class that acupuncture can have only 2 functions. One, sedation, the other communication. However, if you go to the herb, you can say 8. That means you get communication, sedation, diaphoresis, harmonizing, and also the heat curing, everything you can do it, right? So this is my idea. So I'm going to use that herbs and more.
I have a question. I have a question. At the beginning here, when you're doing the differentiation, you go through 8, but when you do the acupuncture, it only goes through to the bottom of number 5.
You're right.
I know you put them here, but what are the symptoms that would tell us it's this and then?
Yeah.
What I mean?
I know what you mean. My responsibility was I was given this kind of slide, and I finished that by having, try to match the slide with the book. Somebody got to, somebody there they got to produce the slides from the book. But maybe due to his fault or his care, I don't know, they didn't do it.
So if we, for instance, are given this on exam, are we only going to hear, or will there be these ones on it too, which case we won't know?
Honestly speaking, they won't have so much specification for you. I think for general is doing. Okay, thanks for Melinda. Okay, we're going to the last topic. Actually, I can tell you. Yeah, I can tell you. Insomnia is much similar as the depression. They can deal with the same case. So in this case, I don't think we need to have half hour. I think about 15 minutes we can finish. In case you have question, you can just take it off, right? I find the 2 common disease, they are very similar. Okay, they just look. Okay, So we have time to discuss all this. Okay. First, insomnia, as I mentioned before, people over 55, like me, always suffer two problems. One is the constipation. Second is the insomnia. Many people like me, they just sleep for 5 hours or 6 hours. That's enough. Some people ask me, how many hours we sleep? Okay, it's healthy. I say, I'm sorry, I can't tell you. Even in those seminars, I would say, because it depends on you. Some people even sleep for 8 hours, 10 hours, but once they get up, they find that they seem to be have no sleeping at all because of the poor sleeping quality, right? So insomnia has many definitions. One, you cannot sleep throughout all the night. Two, you sleep, but you cannot sleep until 5 o'clock, and then you sleep for a few hours and you get up, right? Second, sometimes you sleep for 2 hours and then you wake up and sleep for another hour, and wake up, sleep for another hour. So those are, and the other thing is some people even with sleep, they get more dream, get more dream, right? The dream is good, I tell you. Everybody gets dream. You get 100 dreams at night, but you just remember one or the last one. Don't tell me that you can remember all. This is a poor quality, right? And some people, while they're sleeping, they get dream, and then they will know they're dreaming, and then they suddenly wake up from their dream. This is a really poor quality, right? The best thing is once you sleep, and open your eyes, it's already in the morning. So it's very good, right? So in Chinese medicine, they say wise people have no dream. Wise people have no dream. Don't what does that mean? They mean you close your eyes, you have no dream until the morning you get up. Okay, and then you can. So it's a very good sleeping quality. So concerning about insomnia, just like this kind of thing to share with you guys, right? So you just be careful that sleeping is good for us because it is time for us to take care of rest and also to build ourselves, right? Don't stay up. Advise your son, your daughters, and sons-in-law. Don't stay up playing all the video games. This is harmful to their body because harmful to the liver first and later on the kidney. Okay? This is no good. So let's look at some of the symptoms, signs and symptoms on the insomnia. Insomnia in Chinese medicine they call it in Chinese medicine they call it Phlegm-Heat. But we seldom use this term. And as I've told you before, insomnia is not a Western medicine term. It's a layman term. The layman term, both Chinese medicine and Western medicine can also share this term. Okay? Yeah, here it means insomnia. What does that mean? Inability to sleep, cannot sleep. Okay, and also difficult to fall asleep. As I mentioned before, difficult. And then sometimes you sleep and awake in the middle all night. You may form neurosis. That's why I said insomnia always closely related with depression and also psychological problems. Okay. So when you look at the etiology and pathogenesis, what is the cause of insomnia? Nobody knows. First of all, sometimes because of the cortex of our cerebellum, okay, being stimulated. For example, before you sleep, you just watch some terrible video, or you hear something, or some news is terrible, okay, and then you're very aware about it and you can't sleep. People over 55 are really more sensitive to this kind of news, to this kind of input. Sometimes it disturbs the sleep. You know, when I was young, I will not do that. Okay, I just sleep a little bit. But now it's different. So don't call me after 10. Okay, give me bad news. I can't sleep. Okay, this is the thing. So conclusively, we can say that all the disease will be very related to what? Related to the emotion, related to the diet, related to tiredness. Sometimes you're too tired. For example, you are moving a house. Some people do not let the employer move a company to do that. They do themselves and they will really tired. Of course, they will get insomnia there. Sometimes, remember, even deficiency, we will call it insomnia, causing insomnia, because you're weak in qi and blood, which you can't sleep, right? During the time of World War II, people do not have enough food to eat, and then some of them cannot go into sleep with an empty stomach. So I can tell you, empty stomach and also a full stomach for sleeping, both of them cannot do that, right? Please don't do that. So here, first one, introduce some of the causes, just like tired, just like eating disorder. But according to the Chinese medicine, if you have internal injury of the heart and spleen, if you do not have enough blood, always those will be the cause of the insomnia. Sometimes, as I mentioned before, being frightened, fear, terror, or sometimes overindulging in sexual activity. This is seldom seen, okay, because it just includes on. So for me, I will not include that. And of course, 1 or 2 times of the sexual activity, I don't think it's harm. But overindulging will hurt your kidney, and this will also cause some problems in the body. Okay, and sometimes it's because of deficiency, and because as I mentioned before, deficiency in organ also cause the body, some kind of disorder. In this case, we easily get frightened. For example, somebody scare you at the back, and then if you get a little bit heart blood, you will be scared, and then you will frighten at night. Okay, this is called acute fright. So we need to take care of that. So it's mentioned improper diet, and also disharmony of spleen, and also stomach. We also one of the causes for the insomnia. Okay. Now coming to the differentiation of symptoms. How do we know that somebody suffers from insomnia? Nobody knows it unless the patient tells you, right? So in this case, what are the chief symptoms? One, the patient told you that he got difficulty in sleeping. Okay, not one time or more than one time, or sometimes even he sleep, he easily awake. If somebody just in the side, just make some action, just wake up. And this is also the situation, the symptoms for being insomnia. Okay, and even stay up at night, sometimes you cannot sleep. So in this case, we can attribute to a few causes. One, because of the heart and spleen deficiency. Coming here, you can find very similar to the previous disease of distress, right? Even if they get the same symptoms, just as heart and spleen deficiency. In this case, you usually get dreams, and after the dream, you usually get awakened. And the most important thing is forgetfulness. Many people over 55 like to ask me, how to simplify themselves? Because they always got forgetfulness. I say no. For the time being, you can just take some, herbs for simplify your qi, just like 神气丸, just like, 富贵八味丸. Those can simplify your qi and preventing entering into the aging stage or prevent from Alzheimer. Those diseases can be prevented if your kidney can be kept good, right? And also, in this time, you can really face health and eat less, and they will have a poor appetite. And the tongue, of course, for those people who suffer from heart and spleen deficiency, have a pale tongue. Okay, they have no much. The pulse will display some signs of the pulse there. And the second is because of the heart and gallbladder qi deficiency. Heart qi deficiency, when you qi the energy, that means the heart cannot have enough power to work. And gallbladder, we seldom consider that. Okay? Gallbladder qi is not important. Usually the gallbladder will generate, but the heart will have both, excess and deficiency problem in that. Okay, and for these people, we consider gallbladder because they always get dreams. They always get horrible dreams because of the heart fire. I mean the gallbladder fire there. So you can see that they easily get frightened. However, the tongue still get pale. Okay, so you have a white coating and wiry and slightly pulse. So wiry, as I mentioned before, wiry pulse always indicate liver or gallbladder. In this case, when gallbladder fire, remember the wiry. Okay, and also those people suffer from the balance between the heart and kidney. So in Chinese, we say this is a disharmony between kidney and heart. In this case, what can you find? Of all sorts of disease, just like sickness, just like tinnitus, just like for the men, they get seminal emission. For the women, they get irregularity in the menstruation cycle. All those because of what? Heart and kidney disharmony in this case. their pulse, of course, will be steady and also rapid. You know why? Because of the yin problem, yin deficiency. There were some classmates asked me, do they have the yin and yang deficiency together? Yes, you can find the yang deficiency. Yin deficiency, they're both deficiency together, right? And then you can get this kind of disease. So here, you can see the pattern. And the severe case, when the deficiency generating the fire, just like the heart and liver fire. Okay, and you can see all the anxiety, irritability, and dizziness. All those things appear in people, especially when they suffer from the liver problem. You get the hypochondria, distension, and also the fullness here. So you can just read from this line that, insomnia can be many causes. But once you pick up which one is the main cause, then you give the treatment, of course, the patient will get, suffering. Okay? And also, the last one is a spleen and stomach. As I told you before, spleen and stomach, they are problems. But by any factor, by any reason, they are not, harmony with each other. This also will cause what we call insomnia heat. Because disharmony in the stomach will also always cause the insomnia. Okay, and coming to the acupuncture. As I mentioned before, the stress and also insomnia, they are really close. So you can find the points, they are always similar. Okay, remember the one? Shaman, right? Within this 1.5 inch, you find 4 points. Which 4? HT4, HT5, HT6, HT7, all within this 1.5 inch. So we got Ling Dao Chungli, and also ENC, and also the all 4 points appear here. All 4 points are also benefit for the heart. Sometimes you consider HT7, sometimes you consider HT6, okay? And now you go on here. So as I mentioned before, anything concerned about your mind, your heart, please remember PC6 and HT7 or HT6, okay, for this way. And also this one is season. This is some very new for you. You know what is season? Season is special point just around your Baohui. That means in your GV20, GV20. 1 inch before, 1 inch after, 1 inch left, 1 inch right. 1, 2, 3, 4, and 4 round. Those are the season. That means the 4 points. What is it for? It's for calming your mind. For those people who get insomnia, those 2 points are not important. There's one special one we call it unman. You know what I say? Unman. Unman is the point for people specifically for their insomnia. Where is that? It's between the Yifeng and also the Fengqi. In the middle of them. Okay, this Fengqi is GB20 and Yifeng is SJ20 or SJ20. SJ something here. So between here. Okay, so we can see all of them and this is the point I just mentioned, this special point. Unman, that means getting good sleep, okay? Sleep peaceful. Of course, you have to consider the Jiao Hai activity and also the Shen Mai is the PL62, as I mentioned before. There's a linkage between the extraordinary point and also the regular point. And the reason why we use the Jiao Hai is a very good point. For what? Besides for the constipation, it also supply the water to the kidney. So Ki6 is also a water point for the kidney. Okay. Yeah. So according to the slide, when we talk about the supplementary points, and then we can just get the point on the Pi Shu and also Xin Shu. Those 2 points are also going to tonify the kidney and also the spleen. Then also for the gallbladder fire, please consider the best Shu point for the gallbladder, which is BL19. BL19 you got Shu, means gallbladder. Shu means best Shu point. This is the best Shu point. So remember BL19 will be the Shu. That means the best Shu point of the gallbladder. And whenever we have imbalance between the heart and the kidney, which we call it disharmony between heart and kidney. Yeah, we have to care about the heart, care about the kidney. So what we're going to do, for the kidney part, we get carefree. Tai Chi. Tai Chi is to deal with the kidney, to tonify the kidney. Turn on the back. In the back shoe, we find the heart, which is the best shoe from the heart, which is BL15. BL15. Because it's Xin Shu. Some people may have insomnia because of the liver fire. In that case, please take care of the liver fire by mirroring the LR2 实践 And this is, remember, this one is for tonification. 实践 is for soft sedation. While SASI is for tonification. What I mean is, this one is for sedating the fire, while this one is for supplying more water. Okay, some is you just put out the fire. Sometimes you just give more water to subdue the fire. So in these two ways together, we can put down the liver fire so that the patient can have very good sleep for that. Okay? And when you're dealing with the flame fire, don't forget the 风龙 ST40, 风龙 ST40, which is for what? For removing the phlegm. And also 内庭 tends to give more water to the stomach here. Okay? And of course, in order to tonify the spleen, remember 足三里是 universal. But besides the spleen, besides the stomach, you have to take care of the spleen. So remember 公宣 SP4. So from now on, you know 公宣 and also the SP26. All those points are very important. Okay. Of course, for people who suffer from Qi deficiency, please remember these two parts. Okay, CV4, CV6, 关元 Qi Hai. All those important to in case of the seminal emission, 关元 same, because sometimes the seminal emission is because of the Qi deficiency. Sometimes it may be because of the kidney yang deficiency. So for me, I would like to tonify both Qi and also kidney yang. So that the situation of the seminal emission is decreased. Okay. Without it, of course, it's important. And lastly, when we want to deal with the distorted dream, that means the sleep with some distorted dream, and then we can just soothe our calm down ourselves by putting on hu. This is 42. This is really new to me. I studied this, but this one is more popular. Li Du is the last point of the stomach. As I told you guys before, the last point of stomach is always for subduing the fire. Sometimes you use that point for bloodletting in order to put off the fire, to put down the fire. Okay. And lastly, we got this, of course, the yin tang, and also the feng qi. So yin tang and feng qi are really popular in the dealing with the problem of the okay, this page trying to explain why we use all those points for the insomnia. Okay, and of course, we mentioned about it. If you tonify your yin and reducing it, all these points. Remember, all these points are important when you guys are writing the treatment principle. Okay, so remember all these terms: tonify yin and then harmonize the yin and then reducing the yang. All those are very important. Look. Good. I'm not talking about the auricular acupuncture. And also, of course, some people are concerned about whether cupping is effective. But for me, cupping, I think is not so effective as doing either acupuncture or emulsification. Okay. And of course, you guys have to take care about your lifestyle. Okay. Ask the patient not getting away from concentrated tea, coffee, wine. Whenever I see coffee, people will be against me. You know, in Canada, everyone will drink about 2 coffees a day. I ask them to consume on coffee, they will just refuse me. I say, no, as a TCM physician, I will ask you to decrease the amount from 2 to 1, from 1 to half. This is my advice, because from my point of view, concentrated tea or coffee is harmful to your stomach. This is by
Chinese tea.
exactly even Chinese tea. Chinese tea divided into two types. One is red tea, the other is green tea, right? So you have to choose yourself. Yeah. Next time you have time, I will just explain to you according to my experience what happened to the Chinese concentrated red tea and green tea. What happened to the black tea or sometimes those things. Okay. For the rest 5 minutes, I will just share with you some of the the herbal prescription. As I mentioned before, you have read this formula before when you are studying the distress. Okay. First one, when you have the activity of fire in your heart, so what are you going to do? You will be getting what? Getting irritated. Sometimes you will be feeling irritable, right? So what we're going to do is to calm down your shen. So a very famous formula called 安神定机王. What do you mean by? It means to settle down your heart. But the order in this book is just try to choose a formula. What is it? 朱砂安神丸, 居沙安神安神丸. But actually, those have the same principle. That's why I said you can use your own formula. Okay, no matter formula you use, the only purpose is to achieve the human principle. Whenever you fire, of course, you will subdue the fire. Heat, you're killing the heat. All those are the purpose. Okay. And second is about the liver fire. Some students in 2000 asked me whether to use 龙胆泻肝汤. 龙胆泻肝汤 is very famous for treating people with liver fire. And quite recently, I tried to use this formula to treat people with a shingle. The shingle is very, very terrible here in Canada. I find many friends who got this over 50. So if I treat this liver, surely we stick to because I think most of the cause of the shingle is caused by the liver fire, and sometimes they will occur after they get stressed and they get the pressure. So you should be careful. So this is because the liver cheat stagnation. Okay, and this turns to the fire. Use 龙胆泻肝汤. 龙胆泻肝汤 besides treating the fire, it will also remove the damn heat. So for the women, they have the vaginal discharge, the normal vaginal discharge. I always use 龙胆泻肝汤 to treat this one. Okay, and the third one is about the flame. Okay, the flame fire between the flame heat, and the soup you have mentioned before, 温胆汤, which is going to get rid of the flame. Okay, and second last one about the yin deficiency. This is the formula I mentioned before. You can buy it anywhere, not even the biggest herbal shop, but even a small shop, you contain this. This is called the Louis Vuitton. In order to tonify the yin for those people working on soup, and then they can stick to this formula. And then this one, I don't want to mention this name because this name has mentioned with me over 10 times today. 桂皮汤. For what? One, distress. Second, for the insomnia. Okay, because of the blood, heart, and spleen deficiency. Okay, the 安神定剂丸, this is the one I mentioned before. 安神定剂丸, that means the settling down the essence and also the settling down the qi. So this is because of the heart and gallbladder, overactivity. Okay, that's good. Thank you very much. I finished all. Thank you for your attendance. Thank you. So before you guys there, but I hope you guys learn a little from my experience. Okay. And then next time, study become, and then we'll meet again. Thank you.
Sorry, let me just get Alex's turn.
Jane, again, you surely regret this one. Many people will be interested about my knowledge. Sometimes I will all the people on the layman and also I share with you my experience. I hope you guys.
Recording.